Hey everyone, welcome to TEE TV. My name is Charles, and with me today are Stone and Damian. Say hello,
Stone,
guys.
Stone Buddha, Buddha bless, Buddha black bless.
Yeah. Today we're going to be discussing season 2 of Record of Ragnarok, which of course I did not watch because Record of Ragnarok sucks.
But
But
yet,
Damian
Charles
but
is
yet, if
came
you
play
watch,
it.
if you watched the show last week, you didn't get much of a documentation of that. Just that he didn't like the inaccuracies of some of the episodes, but other than that, he couldn't quite show how the overall show sucked. I'm just saying. I'm just
uh,
saying.
yeah,
Now,
I still think the show sucks.
I understand, but you had the floor space to explain, and it really didn't sell it on it. Not to me. If I was open minded and said, okay, this show sucks based on his description, I was like, there's some things that he didn't like, some inaccuracies within the historical record books, but other than that, there was still some exciting moments. There were still things that he actually said that he liked about the show. So a show can't completely suck if you like some things about it. I'm just saying. At least that's just
I
me.
don't know. All
If a
right,
show,
fair enough.
if something sucks, it sucks, and nothing, and I'm not gonna like anything about it because it sucks. But if I like something, it couldn't possibly suck all the way.
Fair enough. And then aside from Record of Ragnarok, we are also going to be discussing Saw 2, which is, of course, one of my favorite Saw movies. We're also going to be discussing all 3 episodes of the limited series of the Continental. And for those of you out there that might be interested in this, might not, might be, who knows? I am going to be giving my thoughts on the incredibly flawed show Ahsoka, which is the Star Wars show on Disney Plus, which will also coincide with a rant on the current state of Star Wars. Take that as you will. I know that our audience here is not the biggest fan of Star Wars, so you might get some enjoyment out of my rant on that. But we'll get into that later. So, guys, what do you guys want to discuss today? Discuss first.
Face and blueberries and
Oh my
tits. Sorry,
oh my god.
face.
Fucking hell. Of course you put Aphrodite's big fucking tits as your audio avatar.
And you can't say my name, but it's Damian J. Glorious Boobage.
I swear.
Come on in, everybody.
Ugh. But so what's first, guys?
Stone flipping, hopefully just you off. I didn't do nothing
Me
wrong.
off. Okay. Well, I mean that's not really surprising, but okay. Oh, look out.
I guess
You're stumbling.
I don't know what.
Let's get the record of Ragnarok.
Yeah,
Get into it.
yeah, you guys get that out of the way. I'll just stay on the audio avatar and just sit here quietly while you guys discuss something that I clearly didn't watch.
And clearly that was your loss, sir. All right.
Lewis
Alrighty then.
That's right. I went there.
So we get into what I guess what they saw as the basis of good versus evil. You know, the goodest of the good, Hercules, the guy who in some story lore was now there was one I will go directly to Charles's point at one point. They took some creative license with the historical, the historical annals or whatever, like, whatever. They,
Let's go, Bengals.
they pointed them up against, they made them focus on the point on the wall, and they just let it happen. And they had some creative license. And, well, the story that we know from Hercules, of course, Zeus, saying Zeus in one of his many forms impregnated, Hercules' human
Yeah,
you
some
know, to
comic bro.
to create, huh?
like a human woman.
He said common, common broad.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Forgot we got an Australian up here. Forgot about that. All right, but
she's
yeah,
just a common floozy, you know.
but but basically, let me see.
As the British would call them, a peasant.
Okay, because they're all royalty. All right. Anyways, but so, but basically, the story usually went that he did his usual thing, kind of came as a dove, or what I'm saying, a gust of wind, and all of a sudden, girls are pregnant, and at least that's the story they love to tell because that's, I don't know, PG version. I don't know, but anyways, but at any
Yeah,
rate,
I think the reality of it is definitely not PG or even G. It's definitely not for kids.
No, no, not at all.
but so the story goes that he created a half, saying a half mortal, half god, child in Hercules. That although he's done this, although he's went around, gallivanting many times before. I guess I don't know. Maybe this time he actually bore a child, but that's also not the story that I've heard. That there were other, I guess there were other children that didn't quite pan out as demigods the way Hercules did, but a lot of the same process still happened. But I guess at this point, his wife Hera was completely enraged about this one, but in particular, and put him through a bunch of trials and what I'm saying, things like that to prove his worth, or I guess either to punish him because she couldn't punish the god of all gods, I guess. So and that was the story. But of course, as we get into this particular thing of good and evil, I mean, Hercules is still the good of the good. He still holds that reputation high as the one guy that even the humans look to in reverence, going against the one person that even the humans would want to give away, and that would be Jack the Ripper. Very mysterious matchup, and especially being that we don't have much history, much record on Jack the Ripper himself and where he comes from, what his origins are. But creative license is taken, which makes for much more fun.
And
You
one
know,
even before they gave the backstory, I was kind of like, well, who do I root for here? Because despite being scum of the earth, Jack the Ripper, this is for the fate of humanity. So it's kind of yeah, it's makes you like, who would I go for if I was given this scenario in actual life? I'm not sure because Hercules, he's a pretty much a pure soul. But if he wins, not good for me.
okay, maybe, but in the information, but as we move forward in this particular matchup and story, it was it was at least allude. Well, excuse me. Hercules did allude to the fact that he had planned on making a plea for humanity, even even after he wins, his matchup, as a representative for the gods, that he would still make a plea to save humanity, even though. So he at least had a plan. Would it work against the rest of the committee? Who
Well,
knows?
yeah, that's the thing. Is it's nice and all. Like, thank you, Hercules, but that's not the rules we're playing with here.
Of course, but as
And you see all these fucking like basically all these other gods just like frothing at the mouth. They definitely they want destruction.
well, though the details may change, it still just holds up that Hercules is still the common thread, that Hercules is still Hercules. He still has, although he accepts himself as a god, he still holds an indifference to the gods in general, as he always had. So so it was more so he feels more of like he looks at himself as more like the policing god for all the other gods. If he had to,
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah,
he would take them on. He would take them on in order to protect humanity if he had to. So
and did.
but see, this is a different situation. Of course, he took on his, his Greek counterparts. But now, now we may even be talking about going against like the whole world committee, the whole global committee of gods.
Yeah, the UN of gods, or whatever the fuck you call them.
So, I mean, still a powerful statement, so coming from that guy, at least because all of them still hold a great deal of, respect, and it's somewhat light intimidation for Zeus. I mean, so for Hercules because of the power that he has amassed.
The power and just I think that just something about, as I said before, that like the pure soul that he has. I think that scares a lot of them too. So it's something they probably can't really understand.
Possibly, but
A lot of them, anyway.
I think, the one detail that changed in this particular story is that, of course, now one thing that was spoken about that is part of, Greek lore is the ambrosia, the so the nectar
Blood
of
of
the
Zeus.
gods. Yeah, that is said to be the blood of Zeus. And like I said, the details that was changed on that was more of, it was kind of held up as like this challenge. People were welcome to drink of that to see if they could, if their bodies could obtain and handle the power of Zeus and everything like that. And that's where they're saying Zeus. I mean, that's when they're saying Hercules became, it was made his evolution when he took that drink and he was able to handle it and take on and take on the god, the god hit squad that came down, under the leadership of Ares and everything like it, took them all on and basically had a slugfest with Ares. Like, this is how, and then here comes Zeus to basically, I guess, promote him to being a god. And even in that point, he's still basically, his statement was, I'll stoop down to your level and become a god. And,
So all right, I guess, but just know I'm better than you. I'll do this, but just know you guys are fucking pieces of garbage.
no, he actually said, and I quote, I'll stoop down to your level.
Yeah.
He actually, just went and said that. And then now I probably say the most creative part of it was the backstory on Jack the Ripper, because again, a lot of mystery behind that. But the one thing they seemed to believe in was that that his mother seemed to have been, had to have been a prostitute, or somehow they surmised that his mother was a prostitute, and that he lived a rather, I guess, I don't know, is that just become the has that become the overall like standard, like standard foundation for a psychopath? Like, anybody who's like this, yeah, he must have had an issue. His mother must have been a prostitute, and that's why he goes out there targeting them, because that must have been the way.
I've definitely feel like I've definitely heard that theory before.
But with him, or with any particular.
Yeah, like that is kind of like it's almost a bit of a cliche. And as much as I did like that backstory that they gave him, go into that in a second, but I did find it a bit too, like, it was very much just like it was a bit easy the way they wrote that. I liked the way they presented that backstory with his mother and everything, but it did feel a bit too easy. Much like his mother. Yeah?
Oh my God. Okay. Well, you know what? We needed that.
My only response to that, Damian, is simply this. Boo!
Oh, fuck you. You blueberry fuck.
I've never actually had a blueberry.
I don't know if I have either.
Yeah. But we'll get into it later why my picture is a blueberry.
Next week on TEE TV, a
Yeah.
blueberry tasting. Damian and Charles. While Stone sits there and just shakes his head.
Yeah, he just sits there going like, why are you guys like this?
What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. I took, you know what I'm saying? I set the weirdos free. And now
Yeah, we started with shot him 6 times, and now we're back. Now we're down to eating blueberries.
see this is,
Lunatics run the asylum now, motherfuckers.
it is what it is, man. I'd rather, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather deal with weirdos than, you know what I'm saying, than fat idiocy any day. Let me just say that.
Wait a minute. I'm a mixture of both. I don't know how to take that statement.
Hmm?
I'm a mixture of both. I don't know how to take that statement.
Trust me. If like I said, I'm no longer dealing with fat idiocy anymore. Let me just say that.
Mostly.
Not in my opinion, but let's just see here. Now,
It's like the Captain America like GIF. It's like I understood that reference. Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Because I was laying it out there pretty thick.
Yeah.
Like his stomach fat.
Yeah.
But anyway. Real thick. But anyway, no, I'm saying, okay, see, when I get off track, I start saying things. But let's just get back to the guy here. Again, but see, that's the thing that makes this show fun because they're weird dichotomies here that we have to kind of roll with. It's like we had to roll with the greatest loser at one point. No one could wonder what that was about. Why would you pick that person who seemed to have lost all their fights? You know what I'm saying? But and all I could say is that somebody once told me I heard one thing when I was younger, that sometimes you have to lose to win. You know, losing sometimes can be a learning process more than just a negative aspect to dwell on. It can be a learning process. Sometimes you just lose by just this much. And sometimes it's a bigger loss because but it's all about learning lessons. That bigger loss may have been a sign that you weren't as ready as you thought you were. That, you know what I'm saying, that just that razor close loss could be, it could be a lesson learned that you just need to push yourself a little bit harder. Sometimes losses give you lessons if you choose to accept the lessons, or you don't and you continue to stay stuck in the same place. So, that particular warrior, learned from all his many losses, and it seemed to have, in the way they wrote the story, which was, again, I like the creativity of this show. It seemed to all come together and culminate at a time where it was needed the absolute most, and everything like that. So I think that was rather poetic.
Got a question. Who won the fight between Jack the Ripper and Hercules?
Oh, we're still there. We're still reviewing.
We're still reviewing that fight.
We're still. Okay. I'm just making a quick point that. Okay. That there's going to be there's a lot of weird dichotomies that go on here, because again, you have to understand that not all gods, of course, not all gods are the same, but not all gods really agree with this whole thing from the outset. Hercules is not the only one. So, and it's like
not infighting, but because they don't really talk about it with each other so much. But there is, it's not this hive mind kind of thing that they've got going on. There's definitely people.
I never got that impression from a hive mind thing going on with the gods.
I'm probably using the wrong term, but not everyone agrees. It's not just this collective, just like, oh yeah, we all think the same thing. Let's fucking destroy these plebs.
Well, I mean that's definitely not a hive mind. That's just
Yeah,
I think that
I knew pretty much as soon as I said it was the wrong thing, but
well,
Nope.
I think
I
the
was
term
hoping
is
people would know what I meant.
Yeah. No,
I think the term is general consensus.
Yeah,
but well, he's saying, look, what he's saying was he was taking it, Charles. What I want you to understand, he was taking a step back from the hive mind. He didn't want to go and be as dismissive and saying that the whole thing is based on a hive mind
Mhm.
or collectively, you know what I'm saying, collectively behind whatever Zeus seems to think or anything like that. He's
Yeah.
totally with you on that. But there definitely isn't a general consensus, you know what I'm saying, of this either. You know, because there are some who, you know, who definitely don't. There are some even within them. Loki does not care either way.
Well,
Just, you know,
that's
like,
pretty typical for Loki in general, because even among I'm not saying in regards to the personalities of the gods in Record of Ragnarok, but just in the history of the Norse gods themselves in actual mythology, Loki was always kind of like the outcast. Like he wasn't really treated very well in the Aesir or the Vanir. Like he was kind of treated on the outside, and they didn't really like him all that much.
he's always pranking people.
Well, yeah, he was labeled as the god of mischief.
People just like, all right, I get it. Whoopee cushions, fucking get the fuck out of here. I'm sick of
Oh
this
man,
fucking
it's just,
guy.
you would wish that he would deal with whoopee cushions. I mean, that would be that was tame compared to what he actually did.
and so
Whoopee
basically,
cushions with nails in them.
Yeah, let's go with that. I mean, he okay. I think there was a story he did one time where he turned Thor into a woman.
And that's just being progressive. That's fine.
I think I heard. I think that I don't know if that's actually what happened, but like there was something similar to that happened.
Hmm.
well,
But yeah, some of the stuff that Loki had done in Norse mythology was quite messed up. Like, yeah,
but the but the main thread here being is that, like I said, so it's not like he was sitting here so passionate about humanity's fate. I'm not even sure how, you know what I'm saying, how invested Aphrodite was, you know, honestly. And
I mean,
Of course, Aries
you
was,
see the way that
Aphrodite is more
those boobs
concerned about
heave.
trying to avoid developing back pain by having her breast perked up by those fucking statues.
'Cause pretty much every time, except later on in the show, anytime it cuts to her and she's like, "Oh, something's going on," and then the boobs just kind of have their
Jiggle.
own reaction. They jiggle, yeah,
Yeah, they jiggle.
they've got a mind of their own.
Yeah, and every time
Like,
that happens, I just on sheer instinct, I just have to point at the TV and say, "Big fucking tits." It's just like I have to say it.
they call
It's
that
just like
Pavlov's dog. I'm just, oh,
I mean, I'm on one hand,
well,
I'm not surprised that Aphrodite was drawn that way because this is a this is an anime. It's just like I mean, this is just kind of typical for the type of shit that they do. I mean, but at the same time, this is like to an extreme degree.
oh yeah, like they're so big that there's no way she's not just hunched over, like
Yeah,
almost
it's
to the
just like
point where her face is on the ground when she
she
tries to
had
walk around.
yeah, she has to sit in that chair and have her breast perked up by those statues perpetually just so she doesn't develop back pain. She has to.
Lucky statues.
but if you guys,
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to finish that sentence. Nope.
all right,
I'd be rock hard too.
so, all right, pervs, okay.
That was good. Fuck you. It's a thinker for like, half a second.
Yeah.
So
Wow. All right. Are we still on the Hercules and Jack the Ripper fight?
always was Charles, but
Okay.
That was well, it was half the season that I saw because I didn't see the end,
Also,
the
how
like,
many fights
second
are
part.
in season 2? Because I know in season 1 we
Um,
only got 3 fights.
there was 2 fights in the first 10 episodes, and I'm guessing 1 in the last 5 episodes. Stone.
So there are another
over.
3 fights. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because again, we have to understand the type of power that we're dealing with here. I just don't think that you can just encapsulate that into one 25-minute show and just say,
I'm not saying that. I'm just thinking that maybe they kind of shortened it to like maybe we got 4 fights this season. I don't know.
we're still
I
dealing with
will
some very.
say, oh, sorry, you go.
No, please.
I was going to say, like, as much as I thought the first fight with Thor and who was fighting Thor again? It was
Lubu.
It was Lubu, that
yeah,
Chinese warrior.
like that was about let's say 3.5 episodes. The Jack the Ripper and Hercules fight, I think, was pretty much a full 5 episodes. But at no point during that was I just like, this feels dragged out. I thought they paced everything pretty well with that fight.
What, with the Jack the Ripper fight, or was it the Lubu and Thor fight?
No. That one I thought was kind of dragged out a bit. But the
Okay.
Jack the Ripper versus Hercules, I thought they paced it all pretty well. And like all the flashbacks were a criticism we both had, where they just kind of randomly stuck them in, like in the previous season, where it's like you're in the middle of a fight and they would jam. Like at this one, they would actually put the flashbacks like at the start of the episode. So it's like
Oh,
you'd end an episode at a certain point.
So it wasn't
And,
in the middle of the fight.
I mean, yes, but no. It wasn't like within the episode. Like you would have like the episode would end at a certain point, and the next episode would start with a flashback. But it's not like during the episode you'd be in the middle of a fight and they would have
it's like,
flashback.
but it's like every single part of this, like other than the opening theme of the show,
Which is terrible. I think that's always been one of my things with Japanese animes. Oh my god, do they make annoying fucking themes?
I don't
Oh
know, man.
yeah. Oh, I mean, speaking of which, somebody ended up like, speaking of annoying and like to a scary degree, like Japanese anime opening credits. Somebody went into an AI prompt thing and created a AI generated anime opening credits, and it was
Oh no.
literally the stuff of nightmares. Like it was like something that was yanked out of some person's like psychotic, like coke or meth induced fever dream, and it's just like it was. I cannot unsee that. I can't.
Please send a link to the Telegram. I'm intrigued.
I'm gonna have to find it again. I don't know. Like, it shouldn't take too long to find, but it's just like, holy shit! It was fucking stuff of nightmares.
It's like it's one thing I've like. There's a few like decent Japanese metal bands, but I find largely it's just not. They're not good. That they have a pretty decent handle on the music, but it's just the vocals. I'm always just like,
The only Japanese, and I say with air quotes, metal group that I actually like is Baby Metal, and that's the only one I really like.
I still haven't heard them. I only know it they exist because they're on tour with Death Clock, the fake band from Metalocalypse.
Yeah,
Like,
but no, Baby Metal.
either now or recently.
I've been following Baby Metal for years, and watching them grow and mature over the years has been an absolute pleasure to watch. And just, I mean, they have truly grown into like amazingly talented people. Unfortunately, one of the members of their group had to leave the group due to health problems. I can't remember her name, but she developed some kind of genetic disease, and
Ooh.
she had to retire from the group, and they had to replace her. And now she recovered from the genetic disease, and now she's doing her own solo thing. But I haven't heard anything that she's doing now. But so far, Baby Metal is still going strong, and they have recently released a new album, and their new album is very good.
And
I
for
like.
that, and for that, we are thankful. And I'll dip my toe into this a little bit here. Are you guys aware? Have you guys ever heard of a anime called Darker Than Black?
No, never heard of it.
No.
Okay, it was a show that basically featured on this guy who was a cop, but he also had it was also revealed that he had sort of like this power, this sort of like basically send demons, you know what I'm saying, actually be able to send demons back to hell and everything like that. He had this other power, so he was kind of splitting time as a cop, but also kind of, taking care of these demons who, who seem to be out loose and doing their thing. And there was the theme
Love
to
the concept.
yeah, the theme to that show was done by a group called Abingdon Boys School, and they had one of the most awesome opening theme songs I'd ever heard for an anime. But what I was saying before was that for Record of Ragnarok, like that's like the main part that sort of like is not really telling the story, just the opening theme. But it's like even as they end the show, the ending credits, it's like even with the battle between Jack the Ripper and Hercules,
Hmm.
and he was getting to a point where I don't know, he was starting to get into a whole nother mode. Jack the Ripper was, and he starts singing London Bridge, and then as in the credits, they have this really twisted version of the song that they're singing. As the show is ending and everything like that, it's just really, really twisted sounding. It's little kids singing it, and it's just really kind of twisted.
Oh yeah, that was fucking that was creepy as fuck.
Yeah, it just kind of really kind of sets this tone going into the next episode. Like, okay, like what in the hell is really going on, or what's gonna go on next at this point? And I guess at that point is when they start to highlight a little bit more of and Damien. I do give a point to Damien that it did seem more like a basic story. But they tried to add a little more flavor onto it.
Yeah, like it wasn't like I didn't hate it. It was just like it was a fairly simple thing. Like it was, yeah, it just felt a bit too easy. Like I didn't hate it. I did like it, but it was just like it was kind of almost stereotypical to a point.
But I would say this: they didn't. They decided to dive into the emotion of the betrayal between mother and son the way that you didn't seem to really want to, in my opinion. Like when I think back on you, they really didn't they really didn't embrace and confront the betrayal, the true betrayal that Joe should have felt, you know, from his, from his mother, from his mother in that situation.
It was actually kind of odd how little they went into that.
Like even
Like
at a mo like
they
even at a
showed us a
moment,
lot, but not much as well at the same time with that.
I mean, even at a moment where he's seen that his mother was starting to shovel the same shit to another little boy that she had. It just still wasn't confronting the true betrayal, and I got to give them credit. They confronted the true betrayal of, okay, she was basically using him as, I don't know, somehow, what I'm saying, as part of her plan to get this guy or whatever that she was hung up on. He makes it, or at least he marries into, into something, into success or money, and leave behind, and all of a sudden she's just rage filled, and makes him feel like shit, even though he seems to be the even though he seems to be the nicest, most well-meaning boy at that point, you know.
That's it, like, because like it's this whole thing where it's like his mother seems to love him. He loves her. He's out scrounging for food every day to bring back and help out that little tiny family they've got. And that's what he's holding on. It's what Jack is holding on to, this love between him and his mother. And there's even that little moment where it's like, oh, you know, she was pregnant, was it 5 times before or something, but she decided to keep this one, which at the time, like when they initially introduced it, it's like, okay, she was finally ready to have this kid that she would love and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, that kid was purely a tool for her to be somebody or some, you know, have some kind of social status.
But yeah, I mean, and I think that was another little part. And I think the thing was the aura, the color aura that his eye was able to see. I think that was another thing. I mean, I'm not sure if
I
they
did like
just,
that too, actually.
I'm not sure if they invented that, or I mean, because I mean, either way, I still wonder about it, because I just wonder, like, where did they decide that, okay, he's got this thing, he's got this thing that he sees, that, you
This
know what
sort
I'm
of
saying?
this like kind of like a visual version of empathy or something, where he can tell what people are feeling. Like he's not even he can see what people are feeling. See into their very souls.
I guess you could say that it was. I think it was more of just there were certain colors that he felt like he liked, and you know, but see, in his mind, the best colors seemed to be when somebody was dying, you know, for him. So it was just like that seemed to be the color that seemed to be the most enamors him, and just like gives him such wonderment to see someone's color, you know what I'm saying, either in the moment of fear or the moment as they're dying, it seems like. So that's kind of where it's kind of like that little bit of that psychotic slant to it and everything like that. So
Which I think was white, wasn't it? Like pure white, I think.
I I'm not sure
'Cause
if it's
I
I'm not
think
sure if it's
I think gold was love.
see,
I think.
I'm not sure of I know that I always know that what struck out as me when he felt like is that when he matched it up to people that he didn't like, when he matched her color, you know what I'm saying, that those that he didn't like, that it was a certain, just a very blood red, it seemed to be. And I'm just not sure. I forgot what color that when he saw her, then when he saw her, and like that he believed that, but then when he seen after he stabbed her, I guess he became obsessed with I guess with that new color. I guess it was white, you know. So
Yeah, I
kind of
forget.
it was just kind of a. And then now here's the thing, I wonder about if that was like the ultimate setup, like Hera being the devious god that she was, you know, and the trials that Hercules went through, was that a setup? Because thinking about the tattoos and everything that would happen to him as he basically transitioned through those labors and everything like that, like it almost seemed like that was the ultimate setup. He made it through, but then it's like it still cursed him in a way.
And that's something new that they invented for this show, right? The whole tattoo thing.
I haven't heard of any tattoos
Yeah, I
through
can't say I've
the
ever
labors.
seen that before with the Hercules fucking mythology. I can't say I've ever seen that before, where it's like he increases his power as the tattoos slowly overtake him, but eventually it will kill him if it entirely takes over his body. Like I figure that's something new they must have come up with.
But I mean, it still
I'm
plays.
not a
It still
scholar
plays.
or anything. I'm sure there's a lot I don't know about. Most, no, everything, but I've never heard that before.
But it's still. I just feel like in a way it still plays into the sinister and the sneakiness of Hera, who do believe he did go through some trials. And I believe that she put she demanded he go through these trials to prove his worth. And so they still moved in that direction. And I just think that the ultimate, like, the ultimate, like, I guess, checkmate for Hera, to punish Zeus and to punish Zeus through punishing Hercules was, yeah, this power that he has will, will ultimately kill you if you have to, if you have to go through all of these trials and go that far in order to defeat someone, and things like that. So it's like this ultimate thing that something made, that if something does come along, so it won't be said that she killed him, but if something does come along that's so powerful, that's so much that he has to enact those things. Eventually, it will. It was just like, I mean, I don't know. I guess when you live as long as these gods have, I guess, I guess she can be patient. I guess she could be patient and wait for that moment where where he's finally taken down and ultimately punished the way she wants.
I
I mean,
did like
if it would
you
have happened
go.
through the trial, if just saying one more thing, and I'll let you go. If it would have happened through the trials, good enough. But she's still, like I said, they're almost, the way they wrote it in their creative license, that she still had just one more card to play in this situation.
Fucking Hera.
So there you have it. So what were you thinking real quick as through the battle? Because a lot of the battle kind of happened kind of usually as it did. No, of course, surprising that people realized that he was able to cut him with those knives, and he felt like, okay, those must be like holy weapons that he's using, those knives and everything like that. And
That's what I was
then,
going to say before. I like the constant like shifting of what his was it divine weapon? Is that what they called it?
yeah, okay, holy divine, yeah, I
Holy
tried
yeah.
I
I
try to
think it
stay
was
with,
divine weapon, but
yeah.
his Valkyrie weapon. Like I like that they constantly would just like, this is what it is. No, this is what it is. And that they constantly like at first it was like, it's these scissors, these giant scissors he's got. Oh, they've been shattered. No, wait, no, it's his bag of knives that he can just constantly pull things out of. No, wait, it's not that. It's this other thing. And then eventually it's like, no, it's the gloves the motherfucker's wearing. Like, and he's been touching shit all over the place. So this uh, Victorian London that he's got set up is now the whole city as a weapon. I thought that was cool. Like that was, I like that.
Yep, and I was definitely going, and I was definitely trying to, I was definitely going to go there. But so what did you think initially when he was able to cut off his hand with the clock face?
Yeah, with the fucking, I'm assuming that was Big Ben. Yeah, the giant clock just fucking cuts Hercules' arms off. Well, arm off, rather. It's like, oh, goddamn. And that's when you realize, oh, Hercules in some shit. He's surrounded by danger, surrounded by shit that will, can and will kill him.
I mean, and I
Although,
just go ahead.
sorry, go.
Nope,
I
I
was,
didn't have I didn't
no,
have more.
I was jumping forward ahead a bit to what actually killed him.
Well, if
So,
you
in
would,
other words, Jack the Ripper wins.
Yeah, spoilers. I was trying not to jump ahead, and I did it anywhere.
he got excited. See, I was trying to go step by step, and I was just like, because I wanted to get there before it was revealed that his gloves, were the weapon, and I just wanted to see what it was, because I didn't know what to think initially when he took the clock face off and was able to cut his arm off with that. I didn't know what to think at first. I honestly was like, okay, hmm. and then like
The fuck?
and then
How?
like I didn't, like I said, I just wasn't, because I just, like I said, I like to just, to me, I don't like to kind of act like I know everything about everything. and sometimes I just like to sit in like I'm taking a roller coaster ride. I'll just sit in, and whatever happens happens, and I'll just process it as it happens. So I'm not sitting there thinking, it must be because I'm just like, look, let me just sit through this and see what's happening here, and just because I'm seeing everything that's happening, and you might just think, okay, well, because at first they thought, because before we even got to the gloves, they thought was got to be that satchel. He pulls things out of that satchel, and that's what they're thinking and that's what they were thinking at that point. Because when they realized, okay, wasn't the knife, wasn't he's pulling things out of that satchel? That's what makes the weapons divine. And it's like, and then when the clock face happened, they were like, okay, now that is now a new thing, and it just wasn't. And it wasn't until, of course, they realized. That's when they finally did realize, okay, it is the gloves and all, saying, and so on and so forth, and they kind of gave
Uh-oh.
and you start realizing that anything could be and so forth. And then I let Damian take it from here, as far as, of course, in the fifth episode, Requiem, where we definitely get to that basically fourth round. So what are you thinking? So go ahead and let them in on it. What happens here? How do we end
In
this?
that very final sort of the ending of the battle, he puts those gloves, both of them, straight through Hercules' chest. Dead.
I thought you would give so much more context to this, Damian. I really thought you would. I was really hoping you would give a lot more drama and context and battle and fights and things. I really think you just wouldn't tell them just, okay, yeah, that's what happened. Let's let's do a take two on that one, Damian. If you want, let's do a take two. We're going to get there, but do you want to give some more poetic context and fighting and Hercules and his passion in one arm, and maybe maybe move to another labor and give him more? Because I mean that damn thing that he was wielding, that club or whatever, it kept fucking changing and shit like that. By the
Oh,
way,
fuck yeah! I know there's a name for that, but that like lion head club thing that he had. What like that? I know there's a name for it that's eluding me. It's in there, but it's not coming to me. That lion head fucking one of the club is the best word I can come up with, but club is not the right word.
okay, let me see.
Fucking no, I stink.
Well, good thing you're on. It's a good thing that you're on the internet.
That's it.
So
Thank God it's this show and nothing professional.
Oh boy, yeah, super professional.
the Nemean lion. Well, I don't know, but
Yeah,
let me see. What is the weapon?
which in God of War, God of War 3, when you fight Hercules, he's got a Nemean's, I think, cestus. I think it was like two uh not gloves, but like sort of like the those like Hulk fists that you can buy, the rubber ones.
Okay, yeah.
It was like those, but made out of stone or whatever the fuck, but with that lion's face on him, and he's fighting you with those the whole battle, and then eventually you take them off him and just pummel him into mush. It was very satisfying. R.I.P. Hercules, but it was very satisfying.
Let me see. Golden mace. It's got to be something else.
Yeah, right. Like this, I know there's a fucking word for it.
But didn't they? They should have called it. They should have spoken on it. They should have called that shit in the damn on the show, shouldn't they? Why did I miss that?
It's possible they did, but the versions I got totally legally didn't have subtitles for any of the anything really. So many times they throw up Japanese letters, and I was like, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I totally know what that means because I know Japanese. Mm.
Let me see. This is weird. Okay, we definitely get all the labors. Final two labors, and then we get the. Let me see. They're just.
Damn,
They're not.
you'd think it'd be one of those things that would just come right up.
They're not giving me that weapon though. But like I said, maybe I just got to go back and stop messing around with this. Let me see. Maybe I should, but I don't know. I think we're doing the best that we can. Even Google couldn't come up with anything better right now. So, honestly speaking,
Fucking Google, letting us down once again.
let me see
At
here. But
least people have Aphrodite's side boob to look at while we fumble.
no, what I would like Charles to do
Hmm.
is if you could impart some words here. So I guess you don't have any words on this particular weapon because I have to BRB for a minute.
What do you need me to say?
How much historical accuracy do you have on the weapons of Hercules?
None. I was always more of interest. I was more here. I'll go on camera so that Damian's not the only one on camera.
Hey,
Let's see.
buddy.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, here's my sex self. Haha. But no, I was always more interested in Norse mythology than I was Greek mythology. Um,
Yeah, I
I'm,
could
I'm
agree
not
with
I'm
that.
not I'm not like 100% familiar. I'm not familiar at all about Hercules's weapon. I mean, the only thing that I was really familiar with Hercules was that golden fleece that he wore on his back. That's the only thing I really knew
Oh, yeah.
about. Yeah, that's the only thing I ever really knew about him. I also knew that he was the world's greatest warrior. Like he couldn't be defeated. Um, and that's really about it. That's all I really knew.
Yeah,
Like
like
I
the first time I ever saw him with a weapon, again, was God of War 3. That's the first time I ever saw a Hercules fighting with a weapon, I
I
think.
never even played God of War 3. The first God of War game that I ever played was God of War 2018, which was the first God of War game that took place in Norse mythology.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, it's just that's it. I mean, I'm more familiar with Norse mythology, and that's it. So, I mean,
Which,
sorry, don't know what else to
which,
tell you, buddy.
which, based on those games, well, the first game I haven't played the second one yet, but that and the little I've known of Norse mythology, I would say like the visual design in Ragnarok seems like, yeah, even when it's like Greek stuff, I would say it still leans more closer to that Norse kind of style.
Well, I played Ragnarok. I have it on the PS5.
Hmm.
It's a good game. It's very
I
good.
mean the Record of Ragnarok, but yeah,
Oh,
I really I gotta get to that at some point.
oh yeah, but no, in Record of Ragnarok, well, like I said, I was not a fan of season one. Um,
No
didn't
shit.
e- yeah, yeah. Oh no, no, yeah. I know it's so shocking, but yeah, it's just like I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I did not like season one, but didn't even bother with season two. But
I
no,
would
it's
say
just
like just I would say watch I'd say you'd probably be cool with the first half. I really enjoyed the first half.
Mm.
Very mixed feelings about one. Kind of somewhat mixed feelings about the second half of two. But the whole Jack the Ripper Hercules thing, I thought it was all managed quite well. I really enjoyed that.
I don't know.
Yeah, you'll probably never get to it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'll probably never get to it. And besides, we don't even. Well, we know that season 3 is happening. It's just not going to happen until next year.
Well, because what was that meant to be? Was it 13 rounds or something like that?
Yeah, 13 rounds.
So we're looking at least another 2 seasons whenever they get to them.
Yeah, another 2 seasons.
At the pace they go with these things.
Mm. Yeah, so it's probably going to be a season a year. Because season 2 released this year, I think.
I think the first half was earlier in the year, and then I think the second half was like a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
Well, I say half. It was like 5 episodes, so I really don't know why they didn't just do the whole 15.
Well, Stranger Things did the same thing, where like season 4 of Stranger Things released most of the season, and then they held off releasing like the last 3 episodes.
At least that, though, that was like a special effects thing.
Oh, yeah.
I think. Because they're pretty much like, from what I gather, they're pretty much making movies at this point.
Well, yeah, and then I just hope they don't do the same thing. Oh, your light's off, Stone.
Oh yeah, as always. Well, okay, I'll get better light. God damn, man, can I not just have natural dark lighting in here? Like, jeez, man.
Well, at this point, you're invisible.
Charles, your racist is showing.
I'm sorry. It was right there out in the open. I had to say it.
Just a little. Just a little. It was showing. Just letting you know.
I pretty much blend in with the wall behind me, but you wouldn't say that, would you? You piece of shit.
I'm sorry. It was right there. I just had to say it.
It was showing.
If Charles peeks his head up and he's scared of Stone with his light off, we get another 6 months of winter.
So you're comparing me to a groundhog?
I guess. Yes, I am.
No, we're comparing you to Boss Hog. I'm Boss Hog. You don't like me, do you? I'm Boss Hog. You don't like my kind around here. Do you?
How do you get to the city? Back the way you came.
And I believe,
all right.
I believe, folks. Let me give you just to give a little Groucho Marx, folks. And I believe that's what I believe they say in the law profession. I rest my case. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Oh, that's great. That's good.
Just in case you kids were wondering.
All right, so back to Record.
Charles' racism aside, let's get back to those goddamn Japs. So, Record of Ragnarok.
Now who's racist?
Still you, Still
yeah. Japs is affectionate. What you did was just
no, that's just that's too age of innocence. That's age of innocence. You know what I'm saying? It's more ignorant. There's more ignorance than racism. The guys back in the day thought they were being cool saying that. You know,
Oh man.
they thought they were being cool saying Japs. You know what I'm saying? Just the age of innocence back then. They you know what I'm saying? They thought it was cool. You know, these Japs engines. You know, these engines. You know, they kind of had to move along kind of quickly. You know, life was moving quickly. What with the flying machines coming in? You know what I'm saying? Picture boxes. You know,
Oh boy.
horseless carriages. It was a brave new world out there, son. Ain't have time to go call everybody. Ain't have time to call people Native Americans. You call them Indians.
Yeah.
Shit, got to get in one of them flying machines. Got to get me some gold. I'm sorry, folks. That was my little insulting of white. You know what I'm saying? Western civilization history. And by the way, hoes built. You know what I'm saying? Hoes built the West. How was the West won? How was the Wild West won? Hoes and pussy. Just keep that in mind. I just want you guys to know that's how the Wild West was won. Hoes and pussy and politics.
God bless.
That's how it was won.
Politics being a distant third.
Oh yeah, it was right after when they got all the money from the hoeing and the pussy, they became politicians. The hoes. The hoes, by the way. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. The hoes became politicians.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear on that. And business owners. I just want to be clear on that.
All right. So on the subject of Record of Ragnarok, are we done with the Hercules and Jack the Ripper fight? Or are we ready to move on to the next fight?
Yeah, we're ready because I mean he pretty much kind of gave it to you because he broke that man down. He was living in a danger. He was basically fighting in an arena that was built to destroy him. Hercules was, and it was just a very devious plan that was devised together by the right Valkyrie who knew how to take down Hercules and the right human scumbag warrior to carry it out.
Okay.
What a fucking two-faced twat that Valkyrie is. Oh, hey Hercules, hey brother, I love you. You know, I fucking rigged this whole thing against him, right? What a stupid dickhead. Damn this bitch. She is calculating.
Yeah. Well, I did see the end of season 1, and so I saw him setting up the Victorian London arena and everything, and just I thought that part was interesting, but I didn't actually watch the fight. So
you would.
I think that's why I liked that first fight, probably more than anything so far, is because they really there was just so much creativity and everything with that stuff.
Because most people, when you put them in the mindset of, okay, a very very powerful rebel demigod and Hercules against a very very despicable human, yet an albeit mysterious human and Jack the Ripper, you would think that okay, yeah, it's gonna be a complete mowdown. It's gonna be a complete, whatever Jack the Ripper thinks he's got, he's not gonna have anything compared to what Hercules is gonna have. And but they keep forgetting that the Valkyries are also accompanying these human warriors, giving them weapons. And sometimes, a lot of the time, the weapons were more obvious that that they were using. And when it came to Jack the Ripper, the weapon wasn't so obvious. And that's the thing. The very thing that made Jack the Ripper was ultimately the thing that won him out against Hercules. His mystery, his mystery, the lack of information is what made him the most dangerous in that situation. It's like you just never knew. But I mean, the one thing that you did that most people can agree on is that his human hands, as as a person out in the street, were dangerous weapons. So they just kind of focus right back in where, you know what I'm saying, where the power truly lie in those dangerous hands is.
Hmm.
Which, like, before we actually started doing this show, we were talking about it. I think it must have been after a show at some point, and you told me about the matchup of Hercules and Jack the Ripper, and I was kind of like, so what? Jack the Ripper just kind of like wins by slitting him up the middle. I wasn't too far off, not exactly, but he does a similar effect, just in a different way.
Actually, it takes great enjoyment to say this because Charles didn't take the moment to actually revel in his prediction because it's actually Charles who was correct in his assessment of the fight and what the ultimate result would be. That because Jack the Ripper seemed to be so adept at at cutting and mutilating that he would just devise a plan in a way to ultimately strike at Hercules, and take him, I'm saying, break him down and ultimately take him down, which which he absolutely did. So
I forgot about that prediction. I
you
forgot
did,
about it.
you did,
I was so distracted by my own
you were,
disliking of the show that
you
I
were,
completely like tuned out that prediction.
you did.
Yeah.
I didn't forget. And I'm going to give
Well,
you
of
your
course
credit.
not.
I'm going to give you your credit and going to happily smile as I tell you, you didn't watch it.
Yes, yes, I know.
You didn't watch you didn't watch your whole prediction come to full fruition. Mm,
Well, even if I
mm,
did
mm,
watch it, I don't think I would have remembered.
mm. I think as you seen the way it broke down, it would have came back to you, Charles, because it happened pretty much the way you said it would.
Well, yeah, because Jack the Ripper is an expert at precision cuts and surgical precision and all that. And yeah, I mean, even a god can't stand up to that.
I mean, especially if he has weapons that will be able to administer mutilation to that god, which he did.
Yeah, I mean, that was my whole. Well, now that I remember the prediction, that is my whole reason for even having the prediction in the first place.
Well, aren't you smart and special? But you didn't watch the show.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah,
mm,
yeah,
mm.
yeah. Special as in short bus special, as in window liquor special.
Oh, as
Hey,
in
Yeah,
now.
the Doctor special, as in Rain Man special,
yeah.
as in Rain Man special. That's right. Come on, man. See where the world lies the negatives, I will bring about the positives
Fair enough.
because they are there. You're like, no, you're more like Lastrid
Oh, Astrid from Fringe, right?
from the other dimension. I like to call
Well,
her
no, no,
Lastrid.
no, no, no. I thought we already established this. We call Astrid from the Prime universe Astrid, and we call Astrid from the other side
Agent
Agent
Farms.
Farnsworth.
I'm sorry. I was vibing on the nicknames. I was just thinking about how look because I'm sorry. I think I found a diamond in the rough with repeater. Repeat for
Oh my
short.
god. I am not calling him that. That
Come on.
sounds like a fuck.
It,
That sounds like a bad '80s like sci-fi movie.
I mean, it does, but I'm still both just like, that's genius and fuck you, Stone.
Yeah,
I can't manage to get past the fuck you completely, but it is also a bit genius.
yeah. Ugh.
It
But
is.
still,
Come
fuck
on.
you.
Come on, folk. Come on, folk. You're saying fake. You're saying fake Olivia. They're saying fake Olivia when they say faux Olivia. They're saying fake Olivia. But I'm saying I'm giving a look, a repeater. Come on, man. That is just come on. That just oh my god, it was beautiful.
That is not even canon, dude. They've never even mentioned that in the show.
Exactly. So that makes that makes me just oh my god. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, we ought to be writing shows. We ought to be writing fucking shows. That's what I'm realizing now. We ought to be writing fucking shows. I would have repeater would have worked in there. Repeat for short, by the way.
Repeat.
I feel like Stone wakes up at least once a week. Repeater pops into his head and he gives himself a pat on the back.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Damn it. Even the best writers on Fox couldn't come up with Repeater. That was
Have you ever seen Futurama Bender's big score at the Box Corporation?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I imagine the people at Fox are like.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta watch
Pretty
that one. Maybe I missed that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was the first movie when they came back after the show was canceled.
Yes. Yeah, they basically act like a bunch of like idiots that like to sniff paint.
Now, let me ask you guys a question. How strong do you think? Well, maybe we haven't come quite to that yet. Oh, maybe we have. No, we have. So, how strong do you think sumo wrestlers are typically?
Well, since there is a lot of body mass in a sumo wrestler,
Yeah, they have.
It wouldn't take much to squash a person's head like a watermelon if they were to just simply sit on you.
I guess I'm asking that question because what would it take to be the strongest sumo wrestler ever?
I don't know. I mean, I don't follow sumo wrestling. I mean, I never have. I just never found it interesting.
Well, that's a shame.
Do you know what an apprentice sumo wrestler does?
I mean, I assume they put on pounds so they can upgrade from apprentice to like full-fledged sumo
That's
wrestler.
part of it. But apparently, I don't know if this is true, but I heard this years ago, and apparently an apprentice sumo wrestler is largely in charge of wiping the behinds of the actual sumo wrestlers because they can't do it.
Oh, god damn it. Well, of course
Not
they
even
can't.
kidding.
Of course they can't do it because they're too big.
Way too big, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
they
look,
can't
So
reach.
apparently that's what apprentices do.
I think
That reminds me of that scene
I think
from
Honda with all those skills.
from
I think he
Austin
could.
Powers Goldmember, where Beyonce's walking through the back area with the cart and the fat bastard says, "Hey, diaper lady, here's my diaper." It's just like, god
Yeah.
damn it.
That's the thing. It's like when you get into sumo wrestling, you're like, oh fuck yeah, I've gotten in. What do I do? You're shitting me. It's like, no, literally, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I think I left a rosebud there for you.
Look,
Jesus
though a video game character, E Honda definitely showed very agile skills, very fast hands. I definitely think
Where
he
do I
could
know that name from? What game was that?
Street Fighter.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, there
Street
you go.
Fighter.
And also, oddly enough, Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Really? He was in Punch Out?
No, he wasn't. Not the way you think. E Honda, the sumo wrestler, was Street Fighter. There was an E Honda, a Asian Mike Tyson looking type, type fighter in the middle, in some of like the middle levels that you would go. He was in all black. He was in black trunks. He had black hair. He was, he just looked like an Asian dude, really muscular, buff, and he was really tough out if he didn't know what you were doing. But it was just like he's happened to have the same name as the characters. So I think there's a little bit of the stereotyping. It's like, okay, let's keep pushing Honda. But buy a Honda, or I guess I don't know. It's like push the merch, Honda. You know what I'm saying? It's like every time you think about these Asian characters, Honda, Suzuki. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. E Honda. Asians, they make Hondas and they love the internet.
Look, I couldn't tell you how many times I thought Mitsurugi from like Soul Calibur or Soul Edge sounded like Mitsubishi. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest with you. I'm just saying. but at any rate, um, I just kind of wonder because like I know, like, look, I'm not even sure what their training regimens are. If they lift weights, or you know what I'm saying. I mean, look, I have to be honest. When you're throwing around three, you know what I'm saying, 200 to 300 pound guys all the time, I guess, you know
No, I
that.
think it is like I think it most of it is just gaining weight in like a quote unquote healthy way. Like I think they have like doctors and stuff that help them like pack on the weight without, I mean it's got to be unhealthy on some level, but without it being unhealthy like, some fucker who's glued to his couch and literally can't leave
And I
because
guess
he's so
that's
heavy.
then I can only take that's a bit of a difference between with him. Yeah, he's big, but it seemed like he just wasn't like, you know what I'm saying, this particular, Raiden, I believe is, again, that name seems to be, I don't not, again, these are historical. So this guy's name is actually, it's actually Temimon, Temimon Raiden. I mean,
Hmm.
that name is real. I mean, a lot of us thought it was just the name they came up with in the video game, but not quite. It's actually the name of a sumo wrestler that wasn't a typical sumo wrestler at first. He seemed to be very strong, but he seemed to be, since smaller than most. He got big, but he was still pretty, more hulking than just a big slab of humanity, as it were. I
Because
mean,
sumos in Record of Ragnarok are confusing. Like the main guy that you've got in the second fight. What was his name?
the one who fights Shiva,
Yeah,
Tamimon Raiden.
yeah. That was okay. Guy is like, you look at me like that. That's a sumo, really? Seems to be just a hulking, super ripped guy. But then they show some other like sumos at some point, and they are actually like what you think of as a sumo. But even some of them, though, seem to be oddly ripped.
Because that's, look, some people, look, I just don't know. Some people, how can you put it? I think for everyone, modern times can kind of creep in and kind of dictate or evolve things unintentionally than the way they were before, or the way even some people might have seen them before. Where I mean, because I do believe that in Asian culture, I mean, they still believe in a level of, what I'm saying, fitness and agility that even in their bigger, what I'm saying, even in their bigger fighters, I think. So to me, it wasn't like okay, this is strange to see sumos like this, because I kind of figured that's, what I'm saying, that's how they were if they were really training. If they were really training and going at it, they're gonna be big if you have the ability to be that big and handle the type of body mass that you're gonna handle, because some of those guys are gonna be just like big like that. But if you're big and strong enough, like how can I put have you ever seen that Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, The Quest?
A long, long,
Yeah,
long time ago in a galaxy
yeah.
far away,
Like that guy that
which
kind of
I will
came
get
in there.
into later.
I was gonna say teaser.
Yep, teaser.
That guy he kind of got into, like the main guy who seemed to be just like very versatile, and like the way he, like, I don't know if you remember, he had a fight against this sumo wrestler, everything like that, and all of a sudden he went into that charge, and he seemed to be able to just stop him dead in his tracks with a couple of well placed punches, and he fucking dropped that guy. He wasn't bigger. He wasn't like bigger than him, but he was just big enough to where he was able to stave off that damn attack. I mean, it just says that, like, a lot of those guys. I mean, and the guy charged out. I mean, for a big guy, he was pretty fast on the charge. I will say that. I mean, it definitely does say that there's a certain level of expectation of agility, and even speed to to deal with this. I mean, it's not just two guys just kind of. It's usually a fast paced match where a guy's got to have that leverage and that timing to be able to push the guy out or to use their momentum to kind of twist them on out and throw them down or throw them out of the ring. So there is a level of that, but I think it was more dynamic when you had these guys who were not only getting bigger and they were eating happily and eating the rice and they were putting it on. They were putting it on basically, and I guess in a way more healthy, more dynamically, and they were training. Maybe they were getting a little bit more ripped back in that day. I mean, we have no idea.
You kind of wonder, like back when it was like first invented, like the origins of sumo wrestling. Was it some just like big fucking fat fuck, and some like he's challenging this guy, like maybe he was pretty skinny, and he's just like, all right, we're gonna fight. And he's like, all right, well, like maybe there's something I could do here. He's like, no, we're just gonna like push each other. I'm gonna like try and push you over the line. It's like, what? No, it's clear. Like, look at you. No, like I would love to know the actual origins of that. Like, how did that come about? The whole thing.
Yeah, I wish I could have a retort to that, but I mean, I didn't watch the
Yeah.
show.
No, I'm speaking like history, like actual history. I wonder how the fuck did sumo wrestling begin?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just with sumo wrestling, it's just, I mean, my only like familiarity with sumo wrestling is what I've seen in movies. That's it. I've
Yeah,
never actually, well, I've never seen it in actual competitions, like in actual real
no.
world competitions. I've never watched it, so I have no opinion on it whatsoever. Like, I think the last time I saw sumo wrestling on like screen was in Austin Powers Goldmember. That's it. That's the last time I've ever seen it. And that's when we see Fat Bastard tell a sumo wrestler that his favorite Helen Hunt movie is Twister. Yeah.
I mean, isn't that everyone's favorite Helen Hunt movie?
I mean, yeah. I mean, they get like sucked into an F5 tornado and survive.
Finger of God.
I know.
Someone dropped the spoon.
Yeah, that's a freaking crazy movie. I'm still like impressed with the CG effects from that movie. When they go into that little shed and they tie themselves down with a belt to a freaking pipe and they get like sucked up into the F5 tornado and they see like the little like spinny thing inside the F5 and we get to see the inside of it and it's like, ooh, this is so cool. That movie solidified my interest in tornadoes when I was a kid.
Yeah, and there's actually some like fucking real life stuff you can see, like these one of the tornado chases or whatever they call themselves. It's like, yeah, there's some people who really do put themselves in the shit like that. There's some
Oh yeah,
insane footage out there.
those people are fucking nuts.
Yeah, they are definitely nuts.
Yeah. But I
Because
mean,
I'm not like the dad at the start of Twister where it's like, maybe it's okay now. It's like, just fucking give it 30 minutes. I see, now you're up in the sky. You fucking idiot. Kids are orphans. Well done.
I remember that scene where he's holding on the door and he's like, I can't hold it. I can't hold it. And then he gets sucked up into the tornado. And I'm
Yeah.
like,
What are we
Maybe just
talking about
let go
now?
of the door
we're
and
talking about
back into the corner of the room.
Huh?
we're talking about Twister.
Wow. I wonder how wow. The
We
sumo
were
wrestler.
talking about sumo wrestlers. Then I talked about how the only time I ever see sumo wrestlers is in movies. And then I was talking about the last time I saw a sumo wrestler in a movie.
It was in Twister?
No, was in Austin Powers Goldmember, and then I started talking about how fat bastard in that movie told a sumo wrestler that his favorite Helen Hunt movie was Twister, and then we started talking about Twister.
I feel like a sumo could defeat a Twister.
Probably.
He tries to suck him up, and he just fucking, both feet to the ground, just grounds himself.
It's like
Shows
next
nature what-
Friday on pay-per-view, a sumo wrestler versus an EF4 tornado.
Oh, I would pay so much money to see that.
Yeah. Sumo wrestler gets turned into a wrecking ball.
He didn't defeat nature, but he did wreck a bunch of houses.
So, real quick, how do we unpack and deal with the fact that, because I mean, now one thing that I will express a little bit of trepidation on, a little bit of an issue with, is like, how can you like the whole history was.
Can I just take a moment and say something that is very fucking important? God damn it, V. Are you fucking serious?
You imagine the suction power of a Twister? Imagine that kind of blowjob? Ah, damn. If you weren't circumcised before, you will be afterwards. God damn.
Jesus Christ.
So that's
We're
basically
not-
the equivalent
we're
of
not in
getting
Hawaii.
a blowjob from Mother Nature. So I mean, I guess that's a fetish. So.
One of the most specific ever.
I know we're not in Hawaii right now, but you guys seriously need to get laid.
I'm talk to V. He's the one that brought it up.
Guy's a degenerate, but he's funny. What do you want?
Yeah, you guys need a couple of lays. And just drape them over you. Just drape them right on over you. You don't need to be in Hawaii for that. Just go ahead and get those lays.
Next time there's a strong wind, I'm going to go outside with my pants off. You can be certain of that.
I'd say if you want to take off your pants, I'd say maybe get in the car and maybe hit a street corner where there's some, scantily clad woman walking. I'd probably say it worked better that way. If you
Just whip it out the window?
I don't know.
That'd be like going to like a fucking drive-through with your pants off and putting your underwear on your fucking face, dude. That's just wrong.
I know it.
Listen, I know I ordered a cheeseburger, but here, I've got a bit of meat for you too. The fuck you talking about, Stone? Now who's the crazy person?
I'm just saying you were gonna go out there into the storm with your pants off. I'm just saying, like, look, hey, I say take that. I say take that.
Did you just see what V posted? He said like Mother Nature is a MILF. It's like, God damn it.
I mean, she's the OG MILF. That's
I mean,
that's history.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean,
well, I guess the thing that I was kind of talking about was the whole mansplained change in the history of Shiva. It's been kind of mansplained now.
I'm sorry, what?
The history of Shiva.
No.
It's been kind of mansplained.
Are we talking about the fact that they gender swapped Shiva in this show?
And was Shiva a fighter? Did she engage in brawls with another?
Look, no, Shiva. From what I understand, look, I do not claim to be an expert of Hindu mythology at all. So, if I am incorrect in this assumption, which it is clearly what it is, please, anyone who is a part of the Hindu community, correct me on this. I encourage being corrected on this. I have always thought that, I know that Shiva is supposed to be female. Like in her appearance, she is female. But in regards to what she presides over, like what she is the deity of, I've always thought that she was known as Shiva the Destroyer. And I
Yeah.
thought that she was associated with war. That's what I always
Yeah.
thought. I could be
Uh,
wrong about
No,
that, but
that's my understanding.
I thought that she was associated with war. And when I started watching Record of Ragnarok, and then when I saw the guy that was supposed to be Shiva with the 4 arms, I was like, wait a minute, is that Shiva? And then when it was confirmed to be Shiva, I was like, no, that can't be fucking Shiva. Shiva's a woman. Like how? Like, and then I looked further into it. Like after, oh, not war, chaos, and destruction. Okay, thank you for correcting me, V. Thank you. All right. But no, it's just after watching Record of Ragnarok and looking further into the whole gender swapping of Shiva, I found out that because of that gender swapping and the changes that they did to that character, apparently Record of Ragnarok is banned in India. Like that show is not allowed to be shown in India.
So they banned Record of Ragnarok, but not rape. Okay.
Well,
I mean grape. They didn't
Yeah.
ban grape.
yeah, they didn't ban grape.
Just grapes in the street every day.
Yeah. I mean, what did I just say? Fuck. They banned they banned Record of Ragnarok, but they didn't ban grape. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Now I understand what I
Oh,
said because I'm
okay.
not actually paying attention to what I'm saying because I'm a fucking idiot. Okay.
Okay, 1 second though, because I was checking into something. What they did with the show is that they kind of split this sort of thing, because they also said that when I was looking into a little bit more of Shiva, they're saying that Rudra is sort of like viewed as the same personality in Hindu scriptures. So, so that they're kind of like intertwined in a way. So it's like in Record of Ragnarok, they sort of placed. I don't know why they then turned around to make Shiva still a male, and then have Rudra in there, but have them both be males and both be four-armed, god types. But
Oh wait, yeah, that was his. Well, yeah, his friend.
yeah, but see, and
Clapped
that's
them
how
out.
that's how they played it and split them up. But in the scriptures, they seem to be the same. They seem to be a little more intertwined than that. So, very interesting that they went in that direction with that, but still keeping to somewhat of the history. But still making the actual subject Shiva female. I just don't know.
Look, I don't know what their reasonings are. I mean, they got like pretty much all the other gods right to a certain degree, but yet they got Shiva wrong, which I don't really understand. Like, what possible reason would they have to change Shiva's gender? Like,
Yeah, because like if it was an American made thing, I would have said optics. Because it's like Shiva's gonna have to get pummeled at some point, at least to some degree.
yeah,
But I don't think the Japanese give a fuck about that.
But the Japanese don't give a shit about that. They don't care.
No. I'm really not sure.
I don't know. I mean, look, this, like, there is no season 3, and we're not going to be discuss. We're not going to be discussing Record of Ragnarok next week. I don't know what we're going to be discussing next week in regards to the show, so we'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
But but no, it's just so. I mean, I've already like put it out of my mind, so it's like, hey, I don't
Clearly.
care anymore.
So listen to this real quick. Okay, according to Sada Sivan, during the development of the Hindu synthesis attributes of the Buddha were transferred by, you know what I'm saying? Let me see. Brahmins to Shiva, who was also linked with the Rudra. The Rig Veda has 3 out of 1,028 hymns dedicated to Rudra, and he finds occasional mention in other hymns of the same text. And so basically, the term Shiva also appears simply as an epithet that means kind, auspicious, one of the adjectives to describe many different Vedic deities. While fierce, ruthless natural phenomenon and storm-related Rudra is feared in the hymns of the Rig Veda, the beneficial rains he brings are welcomed as Shiva aspect of him. This healing, nurturing, life-enabling aspect emerges in the Vedas as Rudra Shiva, and post-Vedic literature ultimately as Shiva, who combines the destructive and constructive powers, the terrific and the gentle, as the ultimate recycler and rejuvenator of all existence.
Mm-hmm.
And they show this 3-headed Shiva, Gandhara, 2nd century AD. You know, just not sure. And I mean, I'm just not sure. Let me just kind of let me see if I ask the right question.
3 heads and 4 arms, or just 3 heads and 2 arms?
They didn't mention the arms on that one. They just mentioned the 3-headed Shiva. So okay, so now here we go. Let's see.
It's one thing I did notice with that that battle between Shiva and what was the sumo's name again? Stone?
Say again?
The sumo's name?
Tommy Moon Raiden.
That featured one of the most aggressive mutual headbutt sequences I've ever seen. Not one of the most aggressive. When they were just smashing their fucking skulls together. God damn.
Say that again?
When they were like, there was like a sequence where they like sort of had them, they both had each other in a grip, and they were just smashing their skulls together.
Okay.
Like, God damn. Just like, have you ever seen a headbutting sequence more aggressive than that?
Nope.
I don't think so.
But that's why I love anime sometimes, because it really allows, you know, for that to move. So they're really.
And I was watching that episode at 2 times speed, so it seemed even more intense.
And yeah, Shiva is one of the 3 principal deities in Hinduism, along with Brahma and Vishnu. He's often in masculine form. He is often depicted in masculine form with broad shoulders, a muscular body, and a 3rd eye in the middle of his forehead. His body is covered with ash to symbolize his renunciation of material possessions. She was known for his destructive side. So they're seeing, but
So
it's like,
is Shiva like the first like gender fluid god?
it seems in a way.
Oh shit. Okay.
It seems in a way.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia page of Shiva right now, and it says this. Let's see. He is the supreme being of Shaivism, one of the major traditions of Hinduism. So actually, he is not female. He is male. All
And
right.
they say that Shiva's feminine form is known as Shakti or Parvati, and she is called the mother of the universe. Parvati is regarded as the consort of Shiva and is often shown seated on his lap. She is depicted with a feminine body.
Did you say Parvati?
Parvati.
Like that's what Janice went by in The Sopranos when she changed her name. Fucking Janice.
Really, Parvati?
Yeah, Parvati. It's fucking Janice.
Interesting.
Okay, so I have been living a lie this whole time. I thought that Shiva was female this whole time, and I could not be more wrong.
Yet that was always my understanding too.
Yeah.
What a couple of uneducated fucks. Well, 3, because Stone didn't know either.
Oh
We're
my
all
god.
just a bunch of uneducated fucks.
Nope, I
We're a
didn't.
bunch.
But
It's just like, I mean,
nah,
I should go back to school.
I
Ugh.
didn't. I didn't commit. I didn't commit,
Oh,
and I was.
okay. I feel like he's trying to
Yep,
distance
Collie.
himself now.
and I was willing. And
Oh,
I was willing to do
that's
the
who I
work.
was thinking of. Collie. Damn it. Damn it. All right, hold on. I'm gonna double check to see if that's who I was thinking
Like
of.
Kali Ma, rip your heart out.
Halima Shakti Day. Yeah. All right. I think it might have actually been Kali. Fucking hell! It was Kali. Damn it! See, this is why I am not an expert on Hinduism.
Go on.
Ugh. I'm a fucking moron.
Stop reading my mind.
Go on.
So you're calling me a moron in your mind?
No, I forget it.
Okay. All right, but no, it's god damn it. So it is Kali that I was thinking of. Yeah, it was Kali. Yeah. Yeah, all right. So Shiva, at least in Record of Ragnarok, is accurate. That he is not female, he's male, so that's fine. And then Kali, she is the god that I was initially thinking of. Like, it was the image in my head going like, is that Shiva? Is that Kali? I'm not sure. So yeah, it's just confusion rectified.
So, is
Yes.
there anything in this historical stuff about Shiva dancing with some other dude and giggling like a fruit? It's like, ha ha ha, ha, we are dancing together. Ha ha ha. Let's go fight. But let's dance. Ha ha ha.
Did that happen in Record of Ragnarok?
Several times.
I am so happy I did not watch season 2. I would have found watching paint dry on my fence more preferable.
I maintain the first half was great. Second half, I have mixed feelings about. But
And let me guess,
there was
the
some
Shiva
moments, but
dancing with another guy going, ha 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 ha, we're dancing, ha 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 ha. That happened in the second half, didn't it?
yeah, it did. But also, Aphrodite's big fucking tits didn't seem to move in the second half, so I guess she wasn't all that into it either.
But it was Rudra. It was the other personality that they kind of sort of split off as a friend, as a best friend in the situation. That he ultimately had to take on in order to become the Shiva that he is. So they're kind of playing they're sort of playing in the timeline of the historical documents a little bit and just basically playing into, they're still dealing with the versions of Shiva, but just kind of dealing with it more in a more, I guess, in a way, existential type of situation where they're not sort of dealing with, okay, it's within him, this Rudra, and he's kind of dealing with these versions of himself, but sort of dealing with the version of himself as a best friend of his, almost like a brother that he has to kind of take on and defeat before he's able to move on and become the Shiva that he is, or that he ultimately will become known as. So
I love the specific number that they gave to him. It's like there's 1,160 gods within you. That's definitely an old comedy trick. The more specific it is, the funnier it is.
Really? Explain that.
It's just like if you use something specific, it's funnier than just being kind of nothing. Like say 25, it's like I had 25 dudes in me last weekend. It's kind of funny. But if you're like I had 36, there's something about that more specific kind of non-vague number that just makes it funny.
It would have been funnier if you said 37, because then that'd just be a reference to.
And damn you.
It's like,
because yes,
my girlfriend
that
sucked 37 dicks in a row.
But again, proves my point that oddly specific number That isn't just like it was 10 or it was 20. It was 37.
Yeah.
Don't you suck any more dick on the way through the parking lot. Hey, where
So
you going?
and so Charles, so I'm taking it that you missed out on being able to really get a full view of their perception of Buddha Black.
Buddha Black. What is that?
He's one of the gods that will ultimately fight in the tournament.
Oh, wait a minute. I do know that. Doesn't he have like sunglasses or something and has like really like fabulous hair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ripped, you know what I'm saying? Ripped physique. Tank very,
Hey.
very cool tank tops. Very cool tank
Yep.
tops, by the way.
Buddha in Record of Ragnarok is almost trans. Almost.
No. He's
Did you see that hair?
He's
The way
metrosexual.
he's
Come on,
fucking
bro.
on that lollipop. There's definitely something going on there.
I think you're being a little too
Buddha is
critical.
supposed to be bald.
And fat as fuck.
See, that's what we
I want to
believe,
see a
right?
Buddha that looks like Majin Buu from DBZ.
Which is pretty much what he looks like naturally. But it's a little more of a quirky take.
Yeah.
See, I'm seeing a lot of these pictures now. They've got certain things, but let me just see if I went on ahead and went with what they went with. Let's see what we see here, because they show different. See, when they show different pictures of a certain Buddha, especially when it says when I basically do a search on Buddha Black, they show what seems to me would be hair.
So I don't know if I've ever heard of Buddha Black. And with that, I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Big fucking tits.
Okay. That was what the hell.
Yeah. It's just like, I mean, Damian, I don't know if you're still there, but you just.
What the hell?
Your avatar picture is very distracting.
What? Oh, come on. You guys.
It's just all I see is just big fucking tits. It's just like.
So like I said, there are two different versions. Like I said, there's the version that you guys believe to be the Buddha. That may, you know what I'm saying? It seems to be, in my opinion, that there seems to be a couple of versions of Buddha.
Oh, so the version of Buddha that we see at the start of the fight is not even his final form.
Oh no, I'm not saying that.
Isn't that pretty typical of like most anime?
I wouldn't say that exactly.
I mean, hell, that's literally what we got in the Zeus versus Adam fight.
How do you mean?
We got multiple forms of Zeus in that fight.
Because that's Zeus's overall nature.
Well, yeah, and then we got to his final form, and and then the two forms before that, it's like, dude, this isn't even my final form, bitch. It's just that's typical in most anime, dude.
Usually, I mean, in certain things, but it seems to me that this Buddha Black character, it seems to be just, like I said, it seems to be the Asian culture has no issue with the Buddha that they were. Like, they seem to have no issue with what they were depicting there. I haven't heard anything, at least in my opinion. And I just think that
super ripped Buddha is actually some kind of canon, I guess.
Yeah, but who did Buddha go up against?
Trying to think. So that was where I left off.
That is where you left off.
Yeah, much like season 1, they set that up at the very end of season 2. Well, the first part of season 2.
Because they said something.
It's Zero Fuku and Papiyas. So Buddha ends up going up against two people.
Because it's a bit of this setup. Because I think he ultimately decided to, to fight for humanity at that point. Because
That's right. Actually, yeah, that's what he announced at the in like the somewhat post-credit sequence of end of season 2, or first part of season 2. He was fighting for humanity.
So Buddha was fighting for humanity?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's some kind of ploy. Like, without seeing the rest, I can't be sure, but it seemed like it was some kind of scheme that was going on.
Okay, what happened just now? Not saying anything. Okay, well, look, basically, like I said, here's what I believe.
Sorry, I was muted.
No problem. Here's what I believe in a lot of different cultures. I just think that there are certain mainstream views of certain things, and then like I said, if you look, I could share the screen, but if you look at certain pictures of what Buddha was being depicted as, like there would be one where he wasn't as fat, and he seemed to have this thing that some people, I don't know if they thought it was just a head dressing or something, because they keep thinking that the Buddha is bald, so everyone is, what I'm saying, in the Shaolin. It's not. See, it's, I don't know. I'm not sure what people think. I think where we kind of get our wires crossed is thinking that every person who was a Buddhist, like, had, spent time in the Shaolin temple and balded their heads and things like that, and did that type of thing. I'm just not completely sure if that tracks with everything, because there are Buddhists in India, and I'm not sure if that's the same thing. I don't think Hare Krishnas are the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, I think people are getting all of those things kind of grouped in, and they're thinking that's kind of like that common thread with all of them. They all kind of do that.
It could be, because it's something that's not really, I can't think of it ever being really explored in anything, really.
Because to be a Buddhist is different than being Buddha, or being it's a different thing. Not everyone is a Buddha. It's like that's the higher level. That's like the main guy. So it's like, but that guy has not always been the same guy. See, I guess the way the Buddhist religion moves, it evolves, it moves. So there are different Buddhas that have happened through history, if my memory serves me correctly. So while other people kind of look to the one that's a little bit more jolly, a little bit more chubby with a bald head, there may be one out there. There may be another Buddha that had hair and that was a little slimmer and things like that. And so it kind of evolves through history. It's not, okay, there was Jesus. It's not like with Christianity, there was Jesus and there was only Jesus. And that's that. So we kind of have to look to what, to the teachings of those many hundreds of years ago, and keep working on that, as where Buddhism, they more evolve their religion. And there are current people who are living, who are considered, they've reached a certain level and they're considered a Buddha at that point. So that's kind of how that works.
Why does this feel like Scientology?
I don't know, but there are no nanites to my knowledge.
And also, I don't think Buddhism also demands your entire life savings as well.
I never heard that.
Just wants a $5 here and there.
I never heard that.
Scientology demands your life savings, dude.
Oh, okay. Now that, okay. I mean, but Buddhism is more like, they're not just like, it is more about not valuing your world, your worldly possessions more than, more than more than bettering the world itself. So it's not like giving it onto anybody, but it's just more of just don't value it so much. You know what I'm saying? It's not telling people how to live, but it's more about how to interact with the world, interacting that with Buddhism, interacting that the world and like the earth and people, they coincide, they connect. You know, you just have to
Because it's like inner peace by appreciating yourself and everything around you, or something like that, right?
for the most for the most part, yeah. But it's also
Hmm.
interacting with the world and good works and understanding that the better you treat the world, the better, you know what I'm saying, the better off that you'll be and things like that. And just kind of moving in that sort of situation, you know, that sort of thing. So I just feel like,
Like, the more stones you feed to your friend Blackie, the happier you'll both be.
okay,
Mhm.
I'm not sure how we got. I'm not sure how we got back to Black. I'm not sure we got back to Blackie on that one, but I guess that works. I mean, we're not
He's
sure how
of the earth.
we're
I'm
not
sorry, I was
we're not
preaching.
we're not sure how natural that is. I'm just
I
we're
almost
not.
sprained my arm trying to reach.
It was found in a can, by the way. It wasn't. He didn't dig that up. By the way, Charles didn't dig it up. He found it in a
A
can. It was
can. It
already
was
in
a
it.
bucket. How dare you?
It was a bucket.
Yeah.
Charles, it was a bucket.
A
You're not
bucket?
gonna the ooze. It was in a bucket or was it in a can?
It was a bucket.
Okay, it was a bucket.
See,
Okay, okay.
you don't stick your friend in a can. You stick him in a bucket.
I thought it was more like a paint can or something.
No,
It
it
was
was a bucket. It was a large bucket. And the God damn it, I can't believe I'm about to say this. Blackie filled about half of the bucket.
But it was like, when you fed him enough, it was the full bucket, though, right?
did the ooze ever increase?
I didn't feed him. I mean, I only gave him one pebble a day. Ah! Oh, I'm referring to him as a hemp. It's an inanimate object.
Did it ever increase though?
Ah.
It's not the
Did it
blob stone.
did it ever
It's
increase?
Blackie.
This is not like Paul from the 1988 movie The Blob, where he gets slowly dissolved in the hospital room,
Okay,
which was a
but
very good scene with amazing practical effects. That was amazing how
For the
they did
time,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, it was very well done.
but you understand that he's still not answering the question on did it ever increase? Was it ever more than
No, because it was one pebble a day.
so it didn't
And
grow that much? It couldn't have grown that much because you didn't. Okay, I
tiny
understand.
little pebble.
Yeah,
Tiny.
so how much could it have grown when you weren't feeding it that much? I get it. I get it. How much could it have grown? You weren't feeding it that much. It couldn't have grown all that much. I get it. I get it now. I do. I get it.
I still don't get it.
He's saying that he didn't feed it all
This
that much,
this
so it
look,
couldn't have
this look
grown
on
that
my
much.
face is the look of a defeated man.
I'm just trying to get
You
some
look pretty.
clarity.
You look pretty happy for a defeated man.
I'm just trying to get some clarity. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. That's what I'm saying. So you got. I mean, so please. I'm sorry. We'll keep on track here. I'm sorry. And we'll get back to the fight. And you're right. I mean, that one, like I said, when you think about a guy, when you think about someone in Shiva who has taken, who was taken, and especially when the history they showed, is taken and brutalized, and brutalized a lot of different, a lot of different warriors that were out there, god-like warriors. I guess you say that they were all
Yeah,
gods. I
were
guess.
they? Yeah, I was gonna say, were they gods or just like warriors that were kind of like gods? I think they were gods.
I guess at that point,
I think or god, god-like beings.
I think so. I guess I would have to say that because at that time, everyone was going god crazy. So who knows? They was giving promotions to everybody, I guess. If you reach a certain level, I guess I can only put two. So but I guess if you reach a certain level, I guess you get the promotion. Happened to Hercules, So I mean, so I guess everyone was kind of hey, going God crazy. We can all be gods. I'll beat up enough guys, and we'll reach that level. And maybe that's
We're all
what.
going to hang out on a mountain where you can, travel up the mountain, which is, you're not really climbing the mountain. There's a path, but you're going to meet us at certain intervals. But if you defeat us all, get to the peak of the mountain.
And then maybe you'll even see Buddha
Quote
where
Mr. Show, King shit of fuck mountain.
and then maybe you'll even see Buddha where he'll just ignore you as he eats.
Yeah,
you go on that mountain and you'll see
some kind of chocolate bars or something.
He'll just sit and ignore you as he eats. He doesn't think much about anything.
Fucking.
You'll have
That
questions.
scene where Zeus is just like, "Hey, can I have one of those?" And then he just aggressively eats them all. He's like, "Oh, you couldn't even spare one, you bastard."
It's just like I said, I think that it's more of just believing, like again, you start realizing that Hercules wasn't the only one who saw the gods for what they really were, and just like there's other people, there's other gods here that see them for who they really are, and they don't think much of them, and Buddha is one of those. Like see Buddha, I think. Oh God, whatever. See, that's what the hell.
What? See,
Calm down, V.
I was gonna bring that up earlier, but I'm like, I'll let V just ponder that while we talk about other things.
But I would definitely say that I thought it was fun. I didn't think that. I think that they definitely went for a version. I mean, again, I definitely think that if we look back on this, as we look back on the historical accuracies of it, I mean, like, what do you believe though? Now, Charles, do you believe that Hercules was the product of a union between Zeus and his mortal mother, or do you believe it's more that he drank he took the ambrosia challenge and was made into the powerful Hercules as he started with a different name before he became Hercules? That's another thing that they also noted when they spoke of the history of Hercules, that he started out with a different name before he drank the ambrosia and became Hercules. I forget.
I was trying to remember that before, and I couldn't come up with it. It was something drastically different.
So what do you believe? Do you believe he took the ambrosia challenge, or do you believe that he is a product of that he's a love child of Zeus?
Every time you call it the ambrosia challenge, I can just see him with his I don't know, his Gen Z hairstyle going on his phone, and he's going on YouTube shorts saying like, "Hey, what up? It's your boy Herc," and he's like saying, "I'm about to do the ambrosia challenge." Yada yada yada.
It's some other weird name.
And they nearly charged to death or something.
Hello, it's Damascus or some shit like that. I forgot what his name, what they say his name was before he became Hercules. But yeah, it's Damascus. I'm gonna prove I'm strong. And when I do this, I'm gonna kick all the ass. I'm gonna kick all the ass when I do this
fucking thing. I'm gonna show them.
Challenge, drinking that blood, baby. Woo! You know what I'm saying? That's what fucking drinking that God blood, baby. I'm gonna have tiger. Fuck that tiger blood, Charlie Sheen. We're talking about God blood now. God blood, bitch. Woo! Zeus blood, bitch. And then it's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna kick all that ass. All that ass.
It's just, I mean, even though I know Hercules is not a Gen Zer because he was born, if he was alive now, I mean, he would have been born thousands of years ago. So
yeah, Gen minus 2000 Z BC. I don't know.
I don't know. It's just, he'd be an embarrassment to both of his parents.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But he'd be doing the Zeus.
Zeus would walk up to him and say, "I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed."
No, he be doing the Hercules. He be giving the Hercules challenge out these days. Like, yeah, okay, look,
Oh yeah, it's
here's
like
a Hercules challenge.
what
Move
exactly
your
would
house.
entail? Like, you know what? I can envision it right now. The Hercules challenge would be trying to win a fist fight with a lion.
Nope, he'd be like, move your house, and then he'd pick up his house and move it. Like
No,
that's
because
the Hercules
Hercules
challenge.
did win a fist fight with a lion. He did. So you wanted to
But you
win the
gotta, but you
Hercules
gotta go,
challenge?
but you
Win a
gotta go,
fist fight with a lion.
but you gotta go mine.
His name was Alcides.
Alcides. It's like, what up, fam? It's your boy Al.
But see, that's the thing. You
Somewhere
gotta go.
around 2000 BC, Heracles was born as Alcides or Alcides.
Yeah. It's like, oh my god. It's just imagining Hercules as a Gen Zer is just so fucking weird.
So, but which story do you
It's
which story do you
bad.
believe? So, which story do you cling to, Charles? Love Child or Ambrosia Challenge?
I gotta admit, I never really bought into the whole ambrosia thing. I would say that Hercules was the love child of a union between Zeus and his mortal mother,
What do
and
you call it?
ever since he was a
Demigod.
young boy, he had the strength of, like, I don't know, 100 men, and he was like, it was basically like the same origin story of like Superman, basically. And he didn't have heat vision, he couldn't fly or anything, but he had super strength and he had invulnerability, and he helped out his village and everything, and that he was labeled as a folk hero in his village. And when his village experienced turmoil when he was older, he used his strength and his invulnerability to help his village, and that only furthered his legend. And he rose through the history books and became the hero known as Heracles.
Holy crap!
The whole thing with the ambrosia thing, I just never bought into. It's just I no, it just never clicked with me. I always believed that Hercules was just the way that he was ever since he was a young boy, and
I'm trying to think,
Ambrosia had nothing to do with it.
what direction did the Disney animation from the 90s go? I've been trying to think of that.
It was
'Cause
ever
I'm
since he
fairly
was a
sure
young boy. It
it
wasn't
was
the ambrosia.
because he definitely, like, I think he started off kind of scrawny still in that though, right?
I've only ever seen the movie like once, and it was when I was a young kid.
Yeah, I sort of like, yeah, probably a couple. I think I had it on VHS, but yeah, it's still
VHS, what
been.
is that?
Uh,
I'm
you see,
kidding. Yeah, I know what a
oh,
VHS is, dude.
I know.
I even know what a
I
Betamax
thought you
is.
were setting me up for a joke.
Yeah, but I even know what a Betamax is too. And yes, I
B
also know what
B
late.
beta is that
Yeah,
like beats
you
to the
fucking
max?
dick. You fucking dick. But
Oh
I
no!
even know what a laser
See, you
disc.
made Stone leave.
Yeah, I even know what a laser disc is too.
Yeah, I do too, but not because I ever owned one. Just because of like, just I managed to accidentally learn it pretty much.
Yeah, but no, look, I had a biology teacher who at high school who had a laser disc player in our class, and I think we might have had a couple of laser disc like movies that were relevant to the biology like class. I don't remember what they were, but I was like, why do we even have this here? It's like
Because
it's like
like laser discs they were pretty much like vinyl sized DVDs, right?
yeah, they were. That's what they were. They
Yeah,
were the size of a vinyl disc, but they were just basically DVDs. That's all they were.
it's like it's better than VHS, but you know, probably just wait for the next thing. They're not really
Yeah,
releasing a
yeah.
whole lot on this. in this
Yeah,
format.
and then of course after DVD came out, they tried to up the quality of DVDs when they were going through the process of deciding, should we do HD DVDs or should we do Blu-rays? And we all know what happened with that.
Blu-ray just like they jacked the ripper fucking HD DVD.
Yeah, it's just like HD DVDs just walking down the street, just minding its own business, and then Blu-ray comes out behind the corner and says like, "Hey, HD DVD, come here for a second. I want to talk to you."
Then it was kind of like I'm trying to think of that robot from Futurama that used to stab everybody. It's ha ha ha. Fucking that
man.
crazy robot. I
And
can't
the
remember
thing
his
is
goddamn
that
name.
when HD DVD was still relevant, we bought some HD DVDs. I have Beowulf, that CG movie called Beowulf. I have that on HD DVD, and I can do nothing with it.
Occasionally you'll sort of like pick it up and just like, this is useless.
Yeah, I just look at it and say like, you fucking dick. What am I gonna do with you now, you asshole?
Spit on it and put it back.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the max size of HD DVD something like, it was like either half or less than half of like a standard Blu-ray.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why HD DVDs kind of went belly up, because they weren't as good.
Yeah, and it's like it was pretty much like it was like
Oh,
more or less a specific kind of pretty much a Microsoft thing, really. Like you
and
can
I
play it
and
on
I
your Xbox.
and I
What else?
remember
Hey.
I remember when the Xbox 360 and the PS3 were still a thing. PS3 decided to go all in with Blu-rays. Xbox 360 tried to create its own edition of the HD DVD player. And when Blu-rays came out on top, PlayStation was going like, "Yay, Blu-ray, haha." Xbox 360 had its HD DVD player, and you could do nothing with it anymore. And so somebody on YouTube, it's actually somebody from your country, Australia. He goes by the name Blunty. Blunty
Name
3000
kind
is
of
what he
rings a
was
bell.
known by at the time. He has a YouTube channel. He decided to take his HD DVD player, go on on his YouTube channel and record the video, pour lighter fluid on it, and set it on fire. I was like, well, that's one way to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Oh man. What else
Because
is he gonna do? Throw it in the trash? You might as well make video content out of it.
yeah, I mean really. Like I remember fucking going back to, I think it was, oh shit. When did Vista come out?
Vista. Oh, Windows Vista.
Yeah,
Uh
like 2008? Earlier maybe?
it was around 2008, 2009, I think, is when it came out.
Yeah, but Anthony Cumia, the guy, like, this feels diminishing. Opie and Anthony, the Anthony Cumia show, but that he put out a video where it was just him shredding a Windows Vista disk
Mm-hmm.
because it wouldn't install properly on his PC. Millions of views, millions. Just him just putting a Windows Vista disk through a fucking shredder.
Okay. Okay. Now, do you know if Stone is just in the background or did he actually leave the call?
I think he's actually no, he's actually gone. I don't know
He's
what happened
gone.
there.
Oh shit. All right.
Well,
Well,
hopefully he comes back. So, I mean, should we just get into the review corner since he said that he was going to take a smoke break during that anyway?
all right. Well, I think I should like. Is he back?
Wait. No. It's Weeden's review corner.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Theme has not improved. It's just changed styles.
Theme has not improved. It's only gotten worse.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten worse.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
All right. Well, I think, look, I mean, I couldn't remember any of the movies that I was supposed to watch for the thing. I mean, I kind of remembered Fargo, but I wasn't, I was like, I don't want to watch Fargo right now. So I didn't watch Fargo. But I don't know, just the only thing I really have to, I have to bring up is my rant about Star Wars.
da,
Ugh.
da, 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 da.
Okay, well, let me just start by saying I have been a fan of Star Wars ever since I was a kid. Like,
Mm.
Star Wars was a huge part of my childhood. Like, one of my all-time favorite movies to this day, and probably all the way until I am an old man in my 60s when I'm on my deathbed, because I don't expect to live past 60. Um,
Wait, can I guess?
Go ahead, guess.
The Christmas special.
I'm gonna throw something at you. Yeah,
It took me 3 tries to watch that. I watched the Riff Tracks version where they're joking about it. It took me 3, like, I had to watch it in 3, maybe 4 chunks. Fucking Christ. Even with people joking about it, that is. Continue, but just, oof.
I've never seen it. I will never watch it because of the shit that I've heard. I will.
It's. Oof.
No.
Like, I can't imagine watching that in the regular format. Like, I watched it with people making jokes the whole time over the thing, and even still, they were doing a great job. But I still had to watch it in 3 or 4 chunks because it's so fucking bad. It's so fucking bad.
My favorite Star Wars movie is Empire Strikes Back. I fucking love that movie. Empire
Yeah,
Strikes.
I totally agree with that. Yeah.
Empire Strikes Back is probably, at least in my opinion, cinematic perfection. It's just it's just a perfect movie. It's just nothing tops it. New Hope, it's pretty good. Return of the Jedi, it's okay. Empire Strikes Back, chef's kiss. Fucking love that movie.
New Hope is pretty much like it's pretty much entirely like I love pretty much most of that movie. Return of the Jedi, it's like 3/4 good.
Yeah.
Take out the Ewoks, which is such a fucking hack thing, like the Ewoks, but it really is just take them out.
Yeah.
Take that out, and it's probably almost on par with like replace it with something better. It's probably pretty close to Empire Strikes Back, but
yeah,
it is what it is. So
yeah, of course. Now, of course, on to the sequel not the sequel trilogy, the prequel trilogy, which of course is Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith. The only one out of that trilogy that I kind of like is Revenge of the Sith. That one is pretty good. Attack of the Clones is hot, wet garbage. And
it's got moments, but overall,
in the sticky, disgusting summer. I mean, I fucking hate Attack of the Clones. I cannot stand that movie at all. Last time I ever saw that movie, I swore I would never watch that movie again. I hate Attack of the Clones. And the main reason why I don't like it is because of Anakin and Padme's forced romance. Their romance is akin to a stalker obsessing over a girl and the girl finally just surrendering to the stalker and saying like, oh fine, I guess it can't be that bad.
It really is.
Yeah. It's just it was so fucking cringy. It was. The romance was not believable at all, and it just didn't feel right. It felt very uncomfortable.
Because she's like, this is a woman who's seen him as a kid and
Which
kind of
also,
gave him a bit of a
can,
look
can,
then.
can I bring something up about that? In Phantom Menace, which is another movie that I didn't really care for either.
Hmm.
Padme's supposed to be 14 in that movie. Guess how old
Really?
Anakin's supposed to be? Padme's supposed to be
Like
14 in
8,
Phantom Menace. Anakin's
10
supposed
maybe?
to be 9. He's supposed to be
9.
9 years old.
And she was clearly pretty much 20. Like
Yeah,
at the latest, like 17.
yeah,
I mean, at the earliest, sorry, at like
yeah. But no,
17.
Padme was supposed to be 14 in that movie, and Anakin was supposed to be 9.
So, yeah,
And
like
then, of course, the time between Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones was supposed to be a 10-year time jump. 10 years.
hmm.
So that meant that Anakin was now 19 in Attack of the Clones, and Padme was 24.
Yeah, no.
So I'm like, eh, all right, look, the only thing that I liked in The Phantom Menace was the fight scene at the end between Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Darth Maul. That was cool. I liked that. And then, of course, the Duel of the Fates music, which, of course, is so fucking iconic. That
Hmm.
was also great. But that was the only thing in the entire movie I liked. And then, of course, in Attack of the Clones, nothing about that movie I liked. I fucking hated all of it. It's like, no.
I'm trying to think back because like when we first started talking, I was like, yeah, I remember like moments I liked about that movie, but now I'm just like, what were those moments? They're not
Yeah.
coming to me.
And then, of course, let's get to Revenge of the Sith. And yes, I know I'm breezing through all this because even though I do have problems with the prequel trilogy and I had some issues with A New Hope and Return of the Jedi, none of them even come close to when Disney took over. So believe me, we're
You mean
getting
the
there.
golden age? The golden age of Star Wars?
We're getting there. So believe me, we are getting there. But no, in Revenge of the Sith, that was pretty much the only one that I actually did enjoy of the prequel trilogy. The fight scenes I thought were cool, even though they were a little ridiculous. I did think they were cool. And then, of course, it's also one of the most memeable of the Star Wars movies.
Where Obi-Wan's yelling at Anakin.
Oh yeah, it's like you were the
Not
chosen one.
yelling
You were supposed
necessarily,
to destroy the Sith, not join them. And it's like, don't try it. I have the high ground. Yeah. And then there the part where Anakin kills the younglings, that's also a very memeable moment. That's a very memeable moment. And I've seen people create memes of that. That it just makes me laugh so hard I almost piss myself. There's an entire subreddit dedicated to just prequel memes, and they are so fucking funny.
Which one? Was it Clone Wars that not Clone Wars, fucking Attack of the Clones that the one comes like probably the most used Star Wars meme where like Anakin and Padme are sitting there and he's just like he says something, she's like, "You mean this, right?" And then he gives her that look and she's like,
Yeah, that's from
"Right?"
Attack of the Clones. That's from
It
Attack of
was
the
yeah,
Clones.
it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what when that's used properly, that's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, I know that meme so fucking well because it makes me giggle like an idiot every time I fucking see it.
It's very rare that I see that used poorly. It happens, but mostly I'm
yeah,
just like, that's fucking
absolutely.
gold.
But no, it's just in Revenge of the Sith, just like there was a lot of stuff in that I really liked. But no, just like no. Overall, the original trilogy is the only form of Star Wars when it comes to the movies that I freaking like. Prequel trilogy mostly miss. There are some hits, but mostly miss.
I still think
Now
the pod race was great at the
the
start
pod
of
race was good. I
early
did
on
like the
in
pod
episode
race.
1. Yeah.
Now we get into there is one thing I want to say before I get to the sequels, and that is when it comes to Star Wars, the one thing that I always enjoyed more than the movies was the expanded universe.
I had
I w-
so many books back in the day when I was
yeah,
a
I was
kid.
always more of a fan of the books and the comic books, and specifically some of the video games. I was a big fan of the
Oh,
Knights of the Old Republic video games. I liked KOTOR 1 and 2.
Rogue
KOTOR, of course,
Squadron?
huh?
Rogue
Rogue.
Squadron?
Haven't played that in years.
Oh
But
man, that was like
I
I played
liked
the
Knights of
fuck
the
out
Old
of that as a
Republic
kid.
1 and 2. Those are two RPG games that I just absolutely fell in love with. They were amazing.
Hmm.
Jedi Academy was also a good game. Had some of the best lightsaber combat that I have ever played in any Star Wars game ever. And it holds up even today. It has some of the best lightsaber combat in any Star Wars game to date. Um, let's see. In the books, some of the best books that I've read would have to be Shadows of the Empire, Dark
Yeah, I think I
Saber,
had that one. Yeah,
Outbound Flight, and
I don't recall that one offhand. What was
and
that one about?
then Outbound Flight was pretty good. Not the best, but it was pretty good. Dark Saber was very good. Um, Shadows of the Empire I really liked. Heir to the Empire trilogy, which is the book series that introduces Grand Admiral Thrawn, I would say is probably one of the best Star Wars books I've ever read. Now, I'm not going to go into any details regarding that book series because you need to read it for yourself. I
Yeah,
won't reveal
I was,
nothing about it.
I'm gonna say I didn't read it because I don't recall Thrawn, and based on everything we've talked about off the air, I feel like I probably would remember because it's such a unique character.
Yeah, well, Thrawn was introduced in the Heir to the Empire book series, as far as yeah. But he is just a general description of the character.
Yes,
Uh,
book.
he is
The things with pages in it, Dominic said.
he is a Grand Admiral within the Imperial fleet, and a lot of the victories that the Empire had against the Rebel Alliance were because of him. Like, he is supposed to be this brilliant military tactician, brilliant military strategist, and he's supposed to be a fucking genius. And this is where I get into the sequel trilogy. And this is where I'm not going to be talking about the sequels specifically. I'm going to be talking about the overall state of the oh my god. Let me just get into the freaking meat and potatoes.
Oh no,
It's like
we haven't done the rant yet. Oh my god.
I'm building up
it's
to
a
that
build.
level of
It's the
hubris.
whole. It's a build stuff.
It's a
Well,
build.
well, have we
Okay.
spoken about the new new version of Rosario Dawson for guys to I guess to fantasize
Oh
over
yeah.
now?
No, that right next to me.
I guess I
Right next to
mean
me. Yeah.
if they're feeling that way anyway, I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure how I'm feeling about that. Does
Oh,
that make me does that make me sweaty?
okay. Can I just take a moment to say that Kathleen Kennedy is the worst thing to ever fucking happen to Star Wars. It's just I fucking hate her. I do. It's just I mean
Even worse than the Christmas special, which George Lucas was behind.
yeah, George Lucas was behind that. Yeah, but I never saw it, so
Because
I can't speak towards it. I can't fucking speak towards it. I can't.
I would actually, I kind of want to subject you to that.
God damn it! No, don't do it. Don't do it. That is not being a part of Whedon's review corner. But no, it's just look.
I'm sorry.
No, the first thing that I had a problem with Kathleen Kennedy is that when the sequel trilogy first happened, she did this whole campaign thing saying the Force is female, which we all knew what fucking meant, saying like, oh no, we're being so progressive, we're being so up to date and all, like I said, progressive and all that. It's like,
Mhm.
what, are we being progressive insurance? Is Flo going to show up and try to sell me the insurance? I don't know. But it's so fucking stupid. But look, I saw The Force Awakens. I did not have a problem initially with The Force Awakens. Then I saw The Last Jedi, and I saw what they did to Luke Skywalker in that movie. There's a reason why they call him Jake Skywalker in that movie, because they turned him into a whiny little bitch in that movie. Oh, woe is me. I can't deal with the Force. I got all those people killed. Woo, 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 woo. It's just like so fucking stupid. It's like, okay, let's take a moment and talk about Rey, for example, who was played by Daisy Ridley. Daisy Ridley, I don't particularly have a problem with initially, but I have a problem with the character Rey, because at the end of The Force Awakens, she ends up fighting the bad guy Kylo Ren. She uses the Force to take the lightsaber. She activates the lightsaber and then starts fighting Kylo Ren, who is a seasoned lightsaber like user, and he's able to fight with a lightsaber. Yet Rey is a scavenger. Like she takes like junk from like down spaceships and everything, and she what is able to start fighting this guy who has years of combat experience with a lightsaber, and she's able to hold her own against this guy because how so what, the Force, come on. That's not how the, like, to quote Harrison Ford of Han Solo, that's not how the Force works. The Force does not automatically make you an expert in lightsaber combat.
No, like, and for one, you need to have a very specific blood disease to even be able to use the Force.
Yeah, it's midichlorians, dude.
Yeah.
Midichlorians, which of course I thought was stupid when they revealed that in the prequel trilogy anyway, because it's like, oh, so where the fuck did this come from?
It's like, well, you know, you don't contract it, but it's a disease in your blood that allows you to use these things. It's
Yeah, and then
don't think about it too much.
Then of course they retconned it again in the Ahsoka show when they said, "Oh no, everybody in the galaxy has access to the Force. It's just anyone who
Yeah, I
can't
saw
use
that.
anyone who can't use the Force is just too stupid to use it." And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? You so fucking stupid. Ah.
What? I don't like. So the last Star Wars movie I watched was The Force Awakens, which when I saw that initially in the theater, I was very stoned. At the time, loved it. Then I kind of thought about it a little bit, and I'm like, to a point, it's kind of a rehash
It
of a
is a
lot of
complete
different things.
it is a complete rehash of A New Hope. That's all it is.
Yeah, and I think that's what it gets you on that nostalgia kind of level, and you don't really think about it at first. You're watching it and you're just like, oh, this is good. But once you actually think about it, you're like, wait a minute. Most of that sucked dick.
Yeah,
especially what they did to Harrison Ford, which
but
Han Solo, which I think is kind of Harrison Ford's fault. I think he was like, I'm done.
The thing about Harrison Ford is that I'm not bothered by that, because Harrison Ford only agreed to come back if they killed off his character.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like that death is his fault, but the way it went down, I was like, yeah, it's his son, but I just felt so shitty.
The worst part of the entire sequel trilogy was actually confirmed by Daisy Ridley when somebody like, she was in an interview, like some Zoom call interview, where they were asking her like about her character's connection to Emperor Palpatine.
Yeah.
And they asked her if that was the plan from the beginning. and she said, "Oh no, they had
Mhm.
no plan from the beginning. That
Yep.
they had pretty much winged the entire sequel trilogy." And that is, and when I saw that, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? This is fucking Star Wars. You
Yeah.
you don't have a plan?" Like, I mean, hell, when George Lucas sold them the rights, sold Disney the rights to Star Wars, he had an outline, a literal outline for the sequel trilogy. Said, okay, this is what I think the sequel trilogy should be. And of course, Bob Iger was like, okay, thank you for this. We'll take it under advisement, which is pretty much the only thing that he could have said. But when they got the rights away from George Lucas, they said, oh, this is the outline. Okay. Took it out the window and they said, we're going to do our own thing, which is also not a bad thing. It's their
No,
property now. They can do what they want, but they still needed to have a fucking plan, but they
that's
had
it.
no plan.
Like, this is not the kind of thing where you just wing it.
You don't.
It's an intricate, like, say what you will about Star Wars. It's very interconnected. Like, this isn't fucking insert poorly planned thing here.
Yeah.
Like, there's, even say what you will about the prequel trilogy. Like, they at least still knew what was going on back
Yeah,
then.
even like, look, like I said before, like I wasn't the biggest fan of the prequel trilogy, but at least the
No, the
prequel trilogy,
execution could have been better,
yeah,
but
but the
the
prequel
actual
trilogy
plotting,
still had a plan. They
yeah,
still had a beginning, middle, and end. They
yeah.
still had that. It wasn't the best beginning, middle, and end, but they still had one.
That's why, like, from what I saw of both, so what are the newest trilogies? So you got Force Awakens and what was it? Second and third.
Oh no, Force Awakens, Last Jedi, and then Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, everything I saw from people whose opinion I actually respect about these things, I'm just like, yeah, why would I waste my time with this shit?
Look, I saw all three movies in the theater, and out of the three of them, the worst one was Last Jedi. That was the worst one. Rise of Skywalker had some semblance of enjoyment out of it, but the only reason why I enjoyed parts of it was because of Ian McDiarmid, the actor that played Palpatine. He was the only reason I enjoyed the
Yeah.
movie. That was it. That was the only reason. Everything else about the movie was complete shit, but he was good. And
It
he
took
gave it his all for that performance. And
it
I
took
can't fault him for that. But Last Jedi, there is nothing redeemable about that movie. Absolutely nothing. It's just Last Jedi is like the script of Last Jedi is not even worth using as toilet paper. I mean, I would rather. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't even use that as kindling for a fucking bonfire. Just like, Jesus Christ, man. Just Last Jedi was absolute hot garbage. I fucking
what
hated that movie.
what if it was a bonfire to burn HD DVDs of said movies?
They never made HD DVDs of Last Jedi.
Yeah, I know, but I was trying to
Well, wait.
put shit and shit
Hard
together.
copies. Hard copies of Last Jedi? Maybe.
Yeah. But like, yeah, even like thinking back on The Force Awakens, I'm just like, there's so much shit I don't like about this movie.
Yeah.
And then yeah, what I saw and heard about the next two, I'm just like, I'm just not
To
gonna
be
do
honest, you would be much better off just not even bothering. You
it.
wouldn't.
Like, it took
And
The
to be honest,
Mandalorian. The Mandalorian got me back into Star Wars.
you
I
see,
was checked out for years.
Mandalorian season 1 was good. Season 2 was decent. Season 3,
Season 3 is a mixed bag. But even still, it was pretty solid. But the fucking, I maintain Lizzo fucking in Lizzo, and even I love Jack Black.
No,
but
Jack Black I'm a fan of, but Lizzo,
I
she had no reason to be there
yeah,
whatsoever.
but even as much as I love Jack Black and Tenacious D, it just felt weird.
I was more of a fan of Christopher Lloyd being in that episode than I was Jack Black and Lizzo.
Yeah, I mean Christopher Lloyd, like that made sense.
Yeah.
Whereas Jack Black and Lizzo was like, what the fuck? What is going on right now?
Yeah, but I mean, look, the only Star Wars property that we've gotten so far that I actually enjoy is Andor. That show was amazing.
And it was something different as well.
Yeah,
something very different.
But
much more grounded.
The Obi-Wan Kenobi show was a massive disappointment.
Still haven't seen that one. I think that's, aside from Ahsoka, that's the only one I haven't seen.
Ahsoka, I would not even bother. The main reason I watched Ahsoka was because
Ray Stevenson?
No, it wasn't Ray Stevenson. Even though I actually didn't have a problem with him in the show. I thought he did a fine job. But no, the main reason I watched the show was because of the character Grand Admiral Thrawn. I didn't even give a shit about Rosario Dawson, even though she was the star of the show. I didn't care. I only watched it because of Grand Admiral Thrawn. That's why I checked it out. And
I wanted to see some Grand Admiral thongs.
Oh my God, really? But when
I didn't care about Rosario Dawson, I want to see some Grand Admiral thongs.
When he showed up, when Grand Admiral
Thong.
God damn it, you're almost made me fucking say it, dude. God damn it.
Made me spit up my drink. I knew.
When Grand Admiral Thrawn, when he showed up, I was disappointed, to say the least. I was like, this is supposed to be the brilliant military tactician and strategist of the Empire? This guy is basically a walking, talking blueberry.
With no ass.
Why would I check out his ass? I mean,
he's Admiral Thong. Admiral Thong.
I was severely disappointed. It's like many of his
quote-unquote... What I feel like Stone's taking on the me role at the moment.
I think so, yeah. But no, when he's taking on his strategies, it's like a 5-year-old would come up with these goddamn strategies. Where the fuck are you? Are you high? I mean...
Are you the Marvels? Switch.
It's just like, I mean... I'm sorry. It's just this was not the Thrawn that I was promised. I was pissed. I was fucking pissed. I was like, are you kidding me?
That's the thong he wore? Oh my God. I thought he was gonna wear the tassels.
It's like he couldn't see because his thong.
His thong?
His thong, not thong. His thong was on his head. It was like God damn it. It's like he couldn't see out of it.
That was his plan. He goes in, he's got a thong on his head, he's distracting everybody while the troops fucking flank him.
It was so fucking disappointing. It was so disappointing. Like, and then of course we talk about the other characters in the show, which of course David Tennant was like playing the voice of a fucking robot, and he sounded like he didn't even want to be there, that he was only there for the paycheck. And I was like, dude, I am so fucking sorry. It's like, you left Doctor Who for this shit. And I'm like,
that seems to be a theme with like, because was it Charlie Daniels who was C-3PO?
No, C-3PO was Anthony Daniels.
Was he actually English, or was it just like an affect?
I'm not entirely sure. I'll look it up.
Because in like the newest series, they've had Matt Berry playing a robot. I think Richard Ayoade, Ayoade. I think it's like if you see the IP crowd,
he's an English actor. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that seems to be a theme with them, like having like English, often like at least these days, comedians or comedic actors playing robots. And David Tennant, he kind of like he's a bit of a mix. He plays dramatic and comedic and all over the place kind of thing.
Yeah. But no, it's just
He just like he just
I
sounds
thought
bored.
Thrawn was just. I thought he was ruined in the show. He was probably the weakest part of this entire show. He was the weakest part because he's supposed to be this brilliant strategist and tactician, supposed to be like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 steps ahead of the protagonist, of the heroes. And every strategy, every tactic that he was coming up with, he was being constantly outsmarted at every turn. And every single time he was outsmarted, every single time he was beaten, he was like, yes, it's all part of my grand plan. And I'm like, what? Seriously?
Yeah,
So your grand
if you've got a
plan
plan, this better be fucking good.
is
Because
like your
this so
grand
far,
plan is to be defeated at every fucking turn. That's your grand plan. That's a shit plan, Thrawny boy. It's like, oh my God. It's just like, God damn it. It's like, it was so stupid. It was so freaking stupid. And then don't even get me started on the character Hera Syndulla, who is played by that Mary Elizabeth Winstead, I think is her name. She's
yeah, it's either Weinstead or Winstead. I've never been sure how to
yeah, but
pronounce that.
she was the girl from 10 Cloverfield Lane. She was the girl
Yeah,
from that. She's also Ewan McGregor's wife.
huh,
She's
really?
the woman that Ewan McGregor left his previous marriage for. So she's a home wrecker. But
And good for him, but I
yeah,
don't know. I don't know who his previous wife was,
yeah, but
but she is nice.
she is attractive. But no, it's just no. She plays Harrison Dula, and she's a general in the Republic fleet. And every single action that she did, she constantly disobeyed orders. Every action that she did was constantly against the Republic leadership, which I guess is the redundancy because it is disobeying direct orders. So she also committed perjury, not once, I think, but twice. And yeah, how the fuck is she still a general? Like by the end of the show, she's still a fucking general. How is she not demoted and in chains? Like, I mean, serious. Fucking hell. This is Star Wars now.
Meanwhile, Luke Skywalker's hanging out on an island drinking fucking weird milk.
Yeah, it's green milk. It's not even blue milk anymore because I know that in A New Hope he drank blue milk, but yet in Last Jedi they were like, "Oh no, blue milk is so last year or so 40 years ago. Now we have to do green milk." It's
Oh
like,
God, did they actually say that?
no, they didn't say that. I'm just
Oh,
making
thank
it.
God.
I'm making that shit up.
But that was the sentiment.
Yeah. But no, it's just he's
Thank
drinking
God they
green
didn't
milk,
actually
and
say that, though.
he fucking milked it from an alien creature directly into his
Yeah.
little like thermos type thing, and then he drank it like chugged it, and it was like, that's good green milk. And I'm like, did that seriously just happen? I mean, did anybody else in the theater just see that? I mean, that's literally how I felt when I was in the theater. I was sitting in my recliner, which my theater actually has really nice recliners. But I was just dumbfounded by the fact that he just milked an alien creature that lactates green milk into his thermos and drank it in front of everybody, and then
I
made
mean,
made a facial expression saying, that's good green milk."
it's like it's all the guilt he feels for saving the universe.
Why the fuck would he feel guilt for that?
I-
No. This is why he feels guilt. because this is something that happened in The Last Jedi because you haven't watched it. He feels responsible for the creation of Kylo Ren because he is standing over Kylo Ren's body, not dead body, like Kylo Ren is sleeping on his bed. He's known as Ben Solo at this point, but he's standing over Ben Solo as he's sleeping, and he's like reading his mind, and he starts seeing his doubts and everything. He's like, oh, he's gonna turn to the dark side. So Luke activates his lightsaber and he's like, oh, I'm gonna kill him. And then Ben wakes up and says, Master Skywalker. It's like, oh God, please don't kill me. And then Luke's like, oh God, he caught me. And it's like, you saw nothing. Yeah. And I'm like, this is not Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker would not actually do this. I know exactly how Luke Skywalker would have handled this situation. Ben Solo struggling with conflict and wondering if he's going to stay with the light or staying with the dark. Luke wouldn't have killed Ben to save the galaxy and prevent it from going dark. This is how Luke would have handled the situation. Luke wouldn't have even grabbed his lightsaber. His lightsaber would have stayed on his belt. Luke would have sat down in a chair next to Ben Solo, and he would have just sat there and stared at Ben until Ben would have sent somebody who's sitting next to him. Ben would have then woken up. He would have looked at Master Skywalker and said, Master Skywalker, what are you doing here? And Luke Skywalker would have just looked at him for a second and said, hey, let's go for a walk. And then they would have just walked around the grounds of the Jedi Academy, and then Luke and Ben would have just talked, and Ben would have voiced his frustrations. He would have voiced his conflicts to Luke, and all Luke would have done in that entire situation is just listen. That's all Luke would have done. He wouldn't have said anything. He would have just walked with Ben the entire time and just fucking listen. Would have let Ben air out all of his conflicts, all of his frustrations, and that's all that would have happened. And then once Ben is done talking, then Luke would have given advice. That's how Luke would have handled the situation. But no, the director, Rian Johnson, being the idiot that he is in that situation and not understanding how Star Wars actually is, he decided to create a scene which makes Luke look like the bad guy. And I'm like, no, this is not Luke Skywalker at all. It's so fucking stupid. And when I tried to explain this theory to another friend of mine, my friend tried to defend this scene from the movie. He said, no, this is exactly how it would have played out. That is exactly how Luke would have reacted. I'm like, no, it isn't. After all the shit that Luke went through in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, no. This is not how Luke would have reacted. Luke has already gone through all the shit that you have just explained to me. He's already gone through it all. He's already learned from these mistakes. So he wouldn't repeat them.
Oh, he wouldn't, would he?
No, that's not who he is. He's already learned from them.
So, in this newest trilogy, where does Luke end up? What is the end
he
of
dies.
This?
Luke dies.
Yeah, of course he does.
Yeah, he dies at the end of Last Jedi when he sort of transfers a force projection of himself to sort of distract Kylo Ren on the last planet of the movie. And then when Kylo realizes that it's a force projection, he decides to ignore Luke. And then Luke is like, okay, bye-bye now. And his force projection just disappears. And then Luke, back on the original planet where he was, he just drops. And he just disappears and becomes a force ghost. That's it. There is no explanation as to what causes him to die. He just spontaneously dies.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. It is.
What?
It is so fucking stupid. Oh, no, this is a rant in my issues with Star Wars right now. I don't give a flying fuck about spoilers. I don't.
If you hear me say something like, "What is Luke's fate at the end of fucking the new trilogy," and you don't expect spoilers, that's on you.
Yeah, yeah.
But
No,
my
it's just
God,
it's so
like
fucking stupid. It's like he's
all,
like
all
floating
this just
above the he's
reinforces.
like
Like
floating
I'm
above this
glad I haven't
platform,
seen these
and then he
fucking
just
movies.
drops, and then he's like, "Ugh," and then he just disappears and turns into a force ghost. And I'm like, what? Okay, so this is the fate of Luke Skywalker. Okay. Uh, eh. Yeah, just like this is my response to Disney and Lucasfilm. Eh.
Well, looks like Uncle Luke, he gets stopped. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get to pop that coochie doodle brown. Sorry, Uncle Luke.
So,
Oh my
who's the
god,
worst
it's so
Force
fucking
ghost,
stupid.
Luke Skywalker or that thing from what is it, Entity?
Oh, and let me go back to Ahsoka. There is a moment in Ahsoka where where she is fighting Anakin Skywalker's Force Ghost. Like they're fighting in some like
So that's
alternate
what that
dimension.
was. Okay.
Yeah, they're fighting in some alternate dimension kind of thing. And there is a moment where they're fighting with the lightsaber and she deflects her Anakin's lightsaber and her lightsaber turns like this where the blade is like pointing this way and she goes like this. And I'm like, did I just see that? Did anyone else just see that? It's just her lightsaber just went across her torso.
It's
That is
fine.
that's poor editing. Poor editing. Just like
Millions of dollars. You couldn't fucking nobody. Okay.
yeah, because I mean, anyone with half a brain would be able to tell that Ahsoka at that point should be dead. DED dead.
But no, because girl power.
Yeah, it's like
You can't underestimate girl power.
She is protected by the amazing ability of plot armor.
All right.
It's like Jesus Christ. It's like how the fuck? Like she should literally have gone down the path of Darth Maul. Like which technically Darth Maul did survive that. He did. He did survive that.
Yeah, that was that another book thing?
No. He survived. It was revealed that he survived that in
No, that was Clone
That
Wars. Yeah,
it was Clone Wars. Yeah, he survived that in Clone Wars. But he did eventually get killed for real in the Rebels TV show, where he got cut in half again, only it wasn't horizontally, it was vertically.
straight down the middle. Because
Yeah,
I always thought like that ending in the movie,
way
even
to
as a
walk away
kid,
from that.
I was just like, that's both a shitty end for Qui-Gon Jinn and for Darth Maul. Two of the
Yeah, well,
most interesting characters that
that's another
like
plot hole. Qui-Gon Jinn got turned into a Force ghost, and that was revealed in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, even though Qui-Gon Jinn died before he was able to perfect the ability to become a Force ghost. In order to even become a Force ghost, you have to train to earn that ability.
which I also think is dumb.
Yeah. And he never achieved that ability. So technically, he shouldn't even be a Force ghost. But yet they said, like, oh, yeah, anybody can become a Force ghost. Just like in Ahsoka when they revealed, oh, yeah, everybody has access to the Force unless you're too stupid to access it. And I'm like, so pretty much everybody in the galaxy is a bunch of window lickers.
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah.
And
Jesus
if they had actually said that, maybe I'd have a bit more respect for the show.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's just like, have I been going on with this rant for over an hour now? It's just like, God damn it.
I'm not sure, and I don't care because
Yeah, I don't
I
care.
agree with everything you're saying.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ.
And my God, like you've truly reinforced where I'm just like, I'm not gonna watch some of this shit. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't bother with
Ahsoka. I might hate watch, maybe.
I would
like,
only watch Star Wars at this point in order to like take a shot whenever something stupid happens. Yeah.
Like Ahsoka, I was never really interested in until it was just like, hey, Ray Stevenson is in it.
Until we
But
find out that he's dead.
Yeah, and is he even in it that much?
Oh, he's in it for most of the show.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's something, there's some redeeming value.
Yeah, he's in it for most of the show. He's in almost every episode.
Okay.
He's not in every episode. He's in almost every episode.
Maybe I'll get it and just skip through it. Like,
Yeah.
watch his scenes and just skip through the rest.
Yeah. But, one other thing. Apparently, Ahsoka introduces... I cannot believe this. Apparently, Star Wars gets turned into The Walking Dead. There are fucking zombies in Ahsoka.
Huh?
Yeah, there are zombies. Apparently, in the Star Wars universe, there are these
walkers.
apparently in Star Wars, there are these beings known as Dathomiri witches, and they have access to witchcraft that allow people to raise people from the dead. They don't actually eat human flesh, but they can bring them back from the dead and use them as shock troopers.
Okay, so like I've seen the shock troopers pop up on various fucking different things. So that's what they are.
Yeah, they're basically
Basically
shock
zombies.
troopers. Like, there's a scene in Ahsoka where Ahsoka and two of her allies are fighting stormtroopers, and they manage to kill all the stormtroopers. But then the Dathomiri witches raise the stormtroopers back from the dead, and they're going like, "Arr!" They're groaning like zombies, and they pick up their blaster rifles and they're continuing to shoot. And Ahsoka and her two allies are like, have you guys seen this before? And one of her friends says like, no, never have. And they're like, okay, fall back. And they start running away.
I assume the accuracy is about the same.
Yeah. Actually, I think when they became zombified, their accuracy got a little bit better.
It actually improved.
Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive. It's like, apparently, you want your accuracy to improve with a blaster rifle, die and become a zombie.
It's I'll think about that, but I might just I'm just gonna go over here and I'll just I'll just run a fucking deli. I don't need to do that.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just I think I've pretty much said everything I need to say about my rant. It's just overall, in the current state of Star Wars, it's all pretty much fucked. I mean, I know that Star Wars has a plan. I know that Star Wars pretty much has a plan for what they want to do with movies and TV shows going forward, but I have no faith in what they're planning to do. I have
No.
absolutely no faith at all. None.
Like I'm definitely down for the next season of The Mandalorian, but other than that,
I don't know. It's just the only Star Wars show I'm looking forward to at this point is Andor season 2. That's it.
oh yo shit, yeah, that too, yeah.
I'm looking forward to that, but after seeing season 3 of The Mandalorian, I don't really have much faith in season 4. I don't.
The ending I thought was pretty much perfect, but as an actual ending, like I thought that was like as mixed as that season was, I thought that ending was pretty much a perfect ending for the series.
Hmm.
So like,
Look,
I
didn't
can't see it
I
going
didn't
on
like
forever.
how Bo-Katan got the dark saber. How she got it through a technicality.
Yeah,
I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all.
it's like because they definitely set it up pretty much since it was introduced that obviously was it Din Djarin?
Yeah, Din Djarin.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't for him. Like they definitely pretty much set that up as soon as he got control of it. It's just like this is definitely not his thing. But the way it was just like, oh, okay, I guess it's yours now. Here you go.
Yeah, but
It felt
how
way
she
too-
got it through a fucking technicality or a
Yeah.
fucking loophole. I was like, that seemed very weak to me.
Like this is meant to be a I kill you and get this kind of thing.
Well, she doesn't
Oh.
have
It was set
she doesn't have to kill him. She just has to disarm him.
Oh,
or at
so we're
least
talking.
like
Oh,
defeat him.
we're
Yeah.
talking about the dark saber.
Yeah.
Everybody wants the
Mhm.
dark saber. Everybody wants the dark. I know. I know about it. I know about the desire for the dark saber.
I know you do. You fucking.
I just see. I was able to zone in, coming
Keep it in
right
your
in it.
pants, Stone.
Huh?
Keep it in your pants, Stone.
I try, but
How can you when
but the
everybody
people,
wants it?
but the people wants the dark saber.
Yeah.
All right, but no, I've said all I need to say about the Star Wars rant. I'm all ranted out. But
And we end with dark saber. That's
but
where I come right in.
all I'm gonna say at this point is that Star Wars sucks. Ever since Disney took over, I have no more faith in it. You know how I say on Alpha Podrants that's like, thanks for ruining the franchise, Bacula. Well, when it comes to
Fucking back that son of a bitch.
yeah, well, it's just when it comes to Star Wars, I only have this to say. Thanks for ruining the franchise, Kathleen Kennedy. You bitch.
Well, and I will say thank you, Dark Saber, for trying your best to save the franchise.
Now, of course, that whole final like words that I said is a reference to another popular joke that I like to say here, in reference to D, you bitch. Okay, well, anywho, now that Stone is back, do you want to go back to Record of Ragnarok, or do you want to move on to Saw 2 or the Continental or what?
I mean, unless we want, I mean, like I said, people have seen it, but if you want to discuss who was the winner of the Shiva versus Tommy Moon Raiden match, you certainly can.
Okay, well, like I said, I didn't watch Record of Ragnarok, so that's all you guys.
Okay.
It was. I'm just going to give the result. Do you have any other thoughts?
I would definitely say that I would say that Buddha once again. I I do believe that in some very weird ways they really stayed true to what a lot of the different things were. I would say with Hercules, and I would say with Hercules, I may honestly, with his depth of, he has an innate, he has a set in human dislike of the gods. It was always there, and I just feel like, yeah, you know what? I feel like the thing of, oh, I'm actually the son of Zeus is, but to actually say, you know what, there was a challenge, there was this blood, there was this ambrosia that was there, he could drink it and he could become, and he decided to take them on. It was just like, yeah, I took this on, I could withstand it, and so I could, now maybe that has something to do with the fact that maybe Zeus fathered a lot of children, and people just didn't even know it. Maybe, there wasn't a big thing. There was never a big thing about Hercules or Alcides and who his father was, or who his supposed biological father was, and everything like that. So, maybe it was always a situation that was always kind of understood that maybe Zeus fathered a lot of children and people just didn't know it. And he was able to withstand the ambrosia because he did have he did already have some DNA from, or he has some like God DNA, which made him able to take, so it still runs in that same stream. So that's why I still lean to possibly the ambrosia kind of putting them over the top more than anything. And I would say for the sumo wrestler, versus, let's say, versus Shiva, I never known, but I mean, again, Indian culture, I do believe they are pretty. I mean, they are pretty rough as far as the close, close contact combat. I mean, have you heard? I heard they're pretty rough wrestlers out there.
It wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, I would just say, But the best representation. I mean, I don't know if they look at it as a best representation, but I would say, I don't know how you guys feel about Dowsing from Street Fighter. Was that just too? Was that too culture vulture? Was that too appropriation?
I remember I haven't played a Street Fighter since like
He was good at throw. He
three,
was good
I
at
guess.
throws. I mean, he was pretty good. Mainly, he was good at the throws, the headbutts. See that's another thing that he was pretty. He pretty had in his arsenal was the headbutts. Um, so I mean, it kind of moves. He didn't have the multiple arms. I think that would have been cool if he did have that, but he had the ability to extend his arms and legs and things like that. So a bit of a mystic vibe to him too. But I mean, so kind of fun. But so I mean, maybe they do have a history of being. I mean, I have seen certain period pieces where they do seem to like the close combat. They do seem to like the knives and that type of thing. They seem to have these little weapons that are very kind of small but very sharp, very vicious. They get in close, and I've seen it. So I mean, that does lend to something. So,
It does.
but did you get the result, by the way?
Oh no, I didn't. Shiva ultimately destroys guy whose name I can't remember.
Tommy Moon Raiden?
Yes, I should remember now because of the Raiden thing. But yeah, Shiva wins the battle,
But it was a tough one, though.
and he.
I think he maybe lost an arm or two.
It's
I think he maybe lost
it's
an arm or
almost
two in
like
that battle.
it's kind of less a victory, and it goes back to the flashback where it's like Raiden kind of just he doesn't give up, but he's just like, I'm satisfied that I'm defeated, and I guess he kind of does give up in a sense, but it's less like it's admitting defeat, but it's not. It's he just decides like I'm happy to die this way. Like this is it makes me happy to die this way. So I guess it is it's giving up, but it's not. Like it's less like it's less like cowardly. It's less I don't know. It's less pathetic than that. It's just like I give up, you defeat me. It's like he accepts his fate and just kind of gives into things. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the right words and
Okay. I mean, maybe made peace with his pending defeat. I don't know. I mean, but it was a brutal battle. That definitely for sure. And one of the last things that I can say about Buddha, at least in this situation with the god of the underworld and his fight, it just shows once again that Buddha was derived from humankind, essentially. He derived in the God mode more, because of the level of consciousness that he rose to, more than being just a God, period. It's more, it's more of a, I don't know, it's more of a Neo thing, more, more of a Matrix thing more than anything else, I guess, in a weird way. It's like, because that's the evolution of Buddhism in itself, is like there are other Buddhas besides the one that was the initial one, or one of the pioneering ones that, that begat the whole thing. It's an evolution of that that's kind of based on that. It's more of a template, a prototype that helped to build the modern, the modern Buddhism that kind of continues on and evolves as certain other people reach that level of consciousness and things of that level and things of that nature. So it wasn't really surprising that Buddha would actually decide to side with humankind, to to fight against the gods. And I mean, it's not surprising that he would take it a step further than Hercules, because Hercules, accepting himself as a god, decided that he would fight on the god side and win, but still basically hold himself as a shield to defend humanity's survival. But Buddha, on the other hand, decides that no, he really doesn't see himself as a god the way that they see themselves, and decides that no, I'm going to fight on the other side to basically just stop you completely. So it's like, so I mean, I guess the only thing to say is that again, just kind of illustrating the evolving mentality and perspective that that Buddhism seems to have. And even with dealing with Buddha Black at that point, he still has an evolving and a very nonchalant, he doesn't covet his godliness the way others do. And it just kind of shows that whole mentality, So I just think that that's just more a part of just the wonderful mysticism that is Buddhism, I guess, huh? And I guess that's probably the best way to end that. I mean, and if you want to say that he's a bit of a flamboyant type, I mean, I don't know, say it to his face, I guess. He's a cartoon, but I mean, I guess, it's just...
I mean, I'll say it to his cartoon face, but he's actually like that in real life. No, I'm not going to say nothing.
But yeah, it's still, to me, I feel like a very fun show. But yeah, it does get bogged down at that particular part because it's getting to the end point. See, it's just stuff like this is bittersweet because when it gets to an end point and something has to be decided, what's the better ending? Does the world get obliterated? Do they lose? Do they win as you would hope and as in some ways expect? Or do you really expect that when you're going up against some of the most storied gods there ever were? So it's just like, it's one of those things that are extremely complicated, like Attack on Titan, and it takes a long time for it to finally figure what is the end going to be with this situation. Maybe that's the situation they're dealing with Record of Ragnarok. How does this end? What is the better ending? So
I'd fucking hate to be a writer on the show because it's a tough choice. Do you go with the real downer of an ending where it's like humanity gets destroyed, but is that a downer of an ending? Like, yeah, it's a fucking, there's a whole debate there where it's like, yeah, maybe humanity earned it. Look at that champion, Jack the Ripper. So, there's some good. There's some truly sick shit.
I mean, but okay, I definitely understand. I definitely understand that. I would still say that, strategic decisions have to be made, and things like that can't be helped. I would love to be the one. I would really love to be the one to try to act like that their actions should be abhorred. Should be shit on because of a decision like Jack the Ripper. But again, when you think about the strategy, the strategy that could beat someone, and to have someone to be able to carry that strategy out, you got to do what you got to do in those situations.
Exactly.
Because someone who may be more of a warrior may not, may not have the wherewithal to do what needs to be done in a situation like that. A more honorable warrior, but someone less honorable, like a Jack the Ripper, would do what it takes to.
That's it. You get an honorable warrior. You give them the tools they need, these Valkyrie weapons or whatever. Like, it's still just like, yeah, they don't have that. They're going to be still pretty evenly matched.
Well, see, that's the thing about it. Hercules believes that because of who he is, the trials that he went through, that there's no one outside of the most powerful God that could even really possibly stand against him. Anybody that he takes on, I'm saying, head on, straight up in just combat battle, they're going to go down. No one who has the type of strategy like, I'm saying, like Jack the Ripper, he's not thinking about that. He's not thinking about someone who have the type of strategy and the type of ruthlessness and the type of, how can I put it? Like, it didn't, like I said, all he needed was the gloves to enact, to make his hands more dangerous than what they already were. Other than that, it was mainly just leaving it to him to enact, to enact a ruthless and basically encompassing enough strategy that basically it was not about him being like, I mean, sometimes being a warrior is about having a military or war type mind. Sometimes it's about that. And that's ultimately what, what won the day between those two. So, and I think Buddha, great power, great skill, great consciousness. I think it's hard for anybody to take, to take that on, to take the combination of, a very level, a very leveled, a very unequal level of consciousness, and along with a very almost unrivaled level of combat skill and things of this nature, as it were, and just godlike power. I mean, it's just hard for anyone to take on, even the god of the underworld. So
that's it. A guy who's so mysterious that hundreds of years later we still don't know who the fuck this guy was. That's how crafty this son of a bitch was.
But again, I mean, I think that's the craftiness of Buddhism in itself, is that people will often, like I said, look at the chubby bald Buddha and think that that's the Buddha, and it's just like, maybe you guys, I mean, like I said, maybe that's just one version because Buddhism just seems, so it's just like they look at that guy and say, okay, we like this guy, but they may not either know about or even want to try to acknowledge the other Buddhists that are out there. But definitely, to me, other than difference of opinion from you, I respect your opinion, Charles, but I definitely feel like Record of Ragnarok is a very interesting shoe that I'm wearing, that I'd be glad to wear anytime. Very interesting shoe.
Yeah, I got a shoe right now. It's on my foot.
Okay. That was oddly on topic, but randoms at the same time.
I got two shoes, and they're both on my feet.
And now we're getting into almost like fairy tale, almost like storybook territory. But anyways, we'll end that here. Hopefully, I hope, and I hope someone hears me, and that there's another season. That even if there's an ending, but it can't be. It's got to be 2 more seasons to figure all of this out.
Oh, at least 2.
Yeah, there's gonna. I thought I found out that it is confirmed that a season 3 is going to happen, and it's not going to come out until next year.
Yeah, okay. 3 is confirmed, and just based on the way they paced this, I figure probably 5 seasons at a minimum.
I mean, it's got to be who knows how the ending is going to work. I just don't know. I mean, Buddha's
gonna have way too much cacao. He's gonna deep dick everybody, and he's gonna win the whole thing. Just my prediction.
Are you making another comment about possibly him being trans?
No, cacao isn't trans. It's cocoa.
Wait, was that you that said that Buddha was possibly trans?
That was me.
Okay.
I still suspect that. You should have seen the. I don't know if it was his hair or his wig, whatever the fuck was going on there. I've got my suspicions.
No, Asians, male or female, have notoriously luxurious hair. So it's not uncommon for a, say for a male to have, for a male Asian to have luxurious hair. So no, it's just, I just think that they're just kind of, they're taking more creative license and having his hair out of, out of the man bun, more out, more flowing. They kind of have him, just kind of have him a little bit more. I mean, but Buddhism is that way. It is a little bit less on the rigid religion and more on the good works of the world, and just and enjoying that, being good to the earth, being good to the earth, being good to the land that you're a part of, and having that be good to you and things like that. So it's just that's pretty much what he's about. So that's pretty much what Buddhism is, and that's pretty much what he reflects on the show. So
Yeah, Buddhism is walking the earth like Caine, Kung Fu. It's called a bum stone.
it's called
It's a callback. I'll be back.
Walking the earth. God. Jules.
Pulp Fiction.
I know.
I
I was going there. I was talking. I was mentioning Jules just as you said that. Just as he said it. I was going to mention that. He's right. Yes, it's a callback. I was going to say no because we haven't talked about Kung Fu, but yes, we did because Jules talked about it when we talked about a little bit about Pulp Fiction. Yes, absolutely. And so what I will do for you at this point, as we move forward and await patiently the new season, which we will definitely jump back on whenever it comes out, I guess we'll get into the Continental.
Okay.
I guess we'll start getting into that, which I am weirded out about. I guess I don't know why they would go so far back. Why it would be necessary? Because it's this whole period piece where you got the black people. I mean, I just don't know. I hate period pieces that always have to put us back in the 70s. I don't know why.
I hate period pieces that put us in the 50s and 60s, dude.
Really? Why?
Because I hate that time period.
Is that because I mean that's like more Greece, right?
Yep.
Okay. So
I hate Greece.
So the 30s, so like the 30s, the 20s and 30s are more like Great Gatsby, right?
To be honest, when it comes to period pieces, my favorite period piece would have to be Victorian era. Like I would say like late 1800s, early 1900s. I would be fine with that.
Roaring 20s for me.
That doesn't bother me. Like that I'm fine with. I mean, like that I actually kind of like that period, and if it takes place in like England, specifically London, that is like that is really nice. I like that aesthetic.
I don't know.
It's really nice.
Me, America, New York, what I'm saying? Roaring 20s. Hey, sister, nobody's buying what you're selling. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, oh my God.
Yeah, but no, just like the 50s and 60s, like the whole aesthetic of it, like the blue jeans, the leather jacket, the greased hair, and then when it comes to the women, it's the skirt with the poodle on it, the sweater, the pigtails. It's just the hot rods with the flames on it, the motorcycles and everything. That whole aesthetic just gives me a fucking headache.
Oh man!
It just triggers a goddamn headache in me.
But yeah, I would have flourished. I probably would have flourished in that era. Oh my God, you know what I'm saying? The kind of cars that I like, I probably would have flourished in that era. And I love Chuck, and I love Chucks. I fucking love Chucks, by the way.
Yeah, but no, it's just I hate that time period. It's the reason why I don't like Back to the Future.
Oh yeah, because I know, man. Those guys back then, they were some of those guys could be cruel. Some of those
No,
guys
no,
could be
I don't like Back to the Future because it takes place in the 1950s and it
yeah.
also takes place involving time travel. Two things I fucking hate. I mean, come on, I am the time Fuhrer.
But look, but I'm saying, but like, look, I know guys in the 50s and the 60s, they could be real assholes. You know what I'm saying? They could be real assholes in that time. You know what I'm saying? And you had to be, and you either had to be, just like in The Outsiders, you had to be a soch or a greaser in order to, you know what I'm saying, in order to fit in. You
Yeah,
know,
like
but
someone like me would not survive in that time period. I wouldn't.
yeah, I know you would. You and I, you know what I'm saying? You and I would have to be friends, man. You and I and Jim would have to be friends because you would need us, man. You would need us.
Yeah, probably.
You know, you know how it goes, man. You know, I'd be kicking much whitey ass. You know what I'm saying? Honestly. And then, and I have some friends that were greasers that wouldn't give a shit about that. You know what I'm saying? That they wouldn't give a shit about me being black and we be friends. And because we're both from the wrong side of the tracks, they hate, you know what I'm saying? They hate those uppity white people just as much as we do. And so they're cool. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, yeah, so we be friends, man. And then we help out. We would be, of course, we wouldn't be mean to the freaks and the geeks, you know what I'm saying, and things like that. And so yeah, it'd have been cool. I think if we were actually alive around that time, we still find, and we live in the same place, we still find our way to each other. I think. I do believe that. I do believe it. But yeah, I probably, like I said, I'd be a guy that was out there just kicking much uppity whitey ass. I know it. I know it. Uh-oh. So let's see. I guess we're gonna go ahead and get into it. I will have to admit, I'm gonna play the casual guy on this. So help me out. Why did they feel the need to go 70s with this? By the way, why did they feel the need to do that?
I think it was because they wanted to continue working with the Winston character. And just it also had to do with Winston's age. They wanted Winston to be young. It was to tell the story of when Winston took over the Continental.
Well, that far back, huh? Yikes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because remember, at least in the John Wick movies, the Continental is not controlled by the High Table, as far as I know.
Well,
It is an independent organization.
They've still got their say, but it's like
not according to the adjudicator.
Yeah,
not according to the adjudicator, she came in and let him know that he would be replaced as manager of that establishment, and he needs to get his affairs in order. She always intrigues me. I swear to God.
You see, I don't find her that attractive. So, what do you find so intriguing about her?
I don't know, her attitude, her darkness, she's cute to me. I'm sorry. She wears the haircut pretty well. I'm sorry. It's just something about.
You're describing my feelings about Ian McShane.
It's something. It's something about her ability. It's something about a woman's ability that she has the boldness to wear a short haircut and actually still looks attractive and still looks
all right,
attractive.
So I get it. Your type is Sinead O'Connor.
No, not at all. She's, you know what I'm saying, she's fierce, she's bold, but I was never attracted to her. I appreciate her talent.
Natalie Portman and V for Vendetta.
Well, I will admit, even when Natalie Portman had her head shaved in that movie, she was still not bad looking.
Okay, Demi Moore, G.I. Jane. Okay.
You see, I never saw that movie. Then
No,
again,
I've seen images. But
I've never thought Demi Moore was that attractive.
Wow.
I still don't understand how Ashton Kutcher was even able to be married to that woman.
Okay, now see, you're asking a different question for a different time. That's not, no. You're asking a different question for a different time. you know, you're saying Demi Moore overall. No, Demi Moore in Striptease, Demi Moore. You know what I'm saying? Demi Moore in a lot of different movies that she was that she was
See,
in
I've
when she
never
was on the
seen
come up.
Striptease. I've never seen it.
Doesn't matter. All I'm saying is look it up and you'll understand.
I
Just
am
check.
not looking it up.
No, just Google and look at the images and you'll understand. And then you'll just and there's certain movies that she was in when she was on the like, oh my God, okay, A Few Good Men. Please, man, there's no way you could look at that woman
I
and
have
be
seen
like,
clips of A Few Good Men, and I still don't find her attractive.
man, you're out your mind. That
I'm
woman
out
was
my mind. Really?
yeah, yes indeed. Yes indeed, sir. Yes indeed, sir, you are. That woman was like
She's never particularly stood out to me, but definitely would.
like when she
Of
darkened
course.
like when she darkened her hair and wore the red lipstick and her eyes were really popping and like in A Few Good Men. I mean, she was really looking very classic in that movie. And I mean it just really brought out all of those features. It really did. I mean, come on. And then her and fucking Ghost. I mean, see the thing about her look is that she can,
That's another movie I've never seen.
bro. You need to
But
get
then
together.
again, I don't want to see a scene where Demi Moore is making pottery with her dead boyfriend.
He wasn't dead at that
But
point.
it's
He wasn't dead then.
and it's Patrick Swayze. I mean, come on.
But he wasn't dead when
If
he
you don't
made the
find him
pottery.
attractive, Bill
Charles.
Roundhouse kicked you to death.
He was not dead when they made the pottery. He was dead when they had to dance. He inhabited
Sure.
when they had to dance.
I mean, yes,
All right, so
they
he
did
wasn't dead when they
pottery
were making
pre
the
and
pottery.
post mortem.
Okay.
No, well, not the first time, but the second time, yes.
Okay. And then, of course, it has Whoopi Goldberg in the movie.
Who is so hot.
Bullshit.
Yes. Oof.
Ugh.
Woofy Goldberg.
Oof, oof, oof. Big oof.
Big oof and tits.
Big oof. Oh.
Now you sit there and you think about those whoopee tits. That's your punishment for not appreciating Patrick Swayze in his prime.
Look, I mean, has Patrick Swayze ever been not in his prime?
I mean, I'm sure he looked pretty bad towards the end, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, because I know
Yeah.
I know he was doing some kind of show. I can't remember the name of the show, but he was doing a show right before the cancer killed him. Can't remember.
Like
the name.
like a scripted show.
It was a scripted show, yeah. It was like right after he got his cancer diagnosis, and it was like right before he died.
I'm not sure.
Patrick
But I
Swayze.
can't imagine in his worst moments he ever looked worse than fucking Don Swayze. Have you ever seen Don Swayze?
No. That was the name of the show. Yeah, the name of the show was called The Beast.
Beast. Okay.
Yeah, The Beast.
Is this something that was like finished and came out, or
Yeah, I got 13 episodes.
okay? I never heard of this.
Yeah, it came out in 2009, and it was on A&E. Yeah, Patrick Swayze was in the show. Starred also Travis Fimmel.
I know that name. I'm not
He
sure
was
why.
in Vikings.
Okay.
He played Ragnar Lothbrok.
This is Don Swayze.
Don Swayze. I don't know who that is.
Most people don't. But it's Patrick Swayze with,
Don
I mean-
Swayze. Wait, I do know him. I've seen him in a bunch of stuff.
oh yeah, you'd like. I'd be amazed if you didn't know him. See, there's a
Isn't he like still alive?
yeah, he is. There's a picture of the two together.
Yeah. Yeah, he was in NCIS Hawaii. He was in Magnum PI. He was in Lucifer. He was in 2 episodes. He was in Deadwood the movie.
Yes, he was. Yeah. It's like I don't think of comparison. It's like I don't know, Patrick Swayze mixed with Lorenzo Lamas, I guess. Oh, I don't know, Patrick Swayze with some kind of severe drug addiction. Like it's just, if I didn't know they were related, I don't know if I would have ever guessed.
Hmm. Oh shit! And Patrick Swayze died at the age of 57. Holy crap!
57. Damn.
I didn't know he was that young. He died
Yeah,
of
no,
he died of pancreatic cancer.
yeah. Which, from what I understand, is one of those ones that it hits pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, by the time you realize you've got symptoms, it's probably already too far. One of those fucking real sad ones. I mean, all cancer's sad, but yeah, it's one of those, yeah. Like prostate, I think prostate cancer is similar. That hits really fucking quick.
Yep.
Damn
Yes.
shame.
Yeah, I know. It is a damn shame. Yeah, I mean, I miss him. And to be honest, one of his most iconic roles, which is his role in Roadhouse, is a movie I have never watched.
Adding it to the list.
Yep. What the hell? I have
Haven't done
never
it yet, but
seen Roadhouse, and I need to.
I've never seen it.
I need to see it mostly because of that Family Guy skit they did where Peter just starts kicking everything and then saying
Roadhouse.
Roadhouse.
Alright.
And then had
Pretty
Hugh Laurie guest star in an episode of House where he just says house. And then Peter goes Roadhouse. Oh, and funny thing about Travis Fimmel, he's an Australian actor.
Really?
Yep. And I knew that. Yeah, I found that out when I was watching him in Vikings. He has been in several things that I've watched. Well, not several things, but I watched him in Vikings, and he was great as Ragnar Lothbrok. He was also in the Warcraft movie.
Huh.
Yeah.
Australian actor and former model.
I do remember hearing that. Yeah. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is a former model, and the Warcraft movie, unfortunately, was supposed to be the start of a trilogy, but the movie did not do well, and so the sequels never got made.
2016. I didn't even hear about this.
What?
The Warcraft movie.
Oh yeah. Yeah, based
Dominic
off of the
Cooper.
video game World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I don't really know any of the other names, but Travis Fimmel, Dominic Cooper, Ben Foster. Where do I know that name from?
You're checking out the Warcraft movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ben Foster, he was in The Punisher 2004. Okay, he's been in a few things. Yeah, I don't really know many of these names other than Travis Fimmel and Dominic Cooper, but
Yeah, Dominic Cooper was in the show Preacher. He
which I
played.
still have to check out. He was the main role, right?
Yeah, he was the main role, and
Hmm.
his I think it might be his ex-wife, Ruth Nega. Yeah, she played
Wait,
the
what
female
was her
lead.
name?
Nega. You know, I knew you were gonna make a comment about it. It's Negga.
Okay, it's like wow. You,
I
how
know
do you
it's
not?
unfortunate.
How do you not? Like, how do you not change that name if you're an actor?
It's unfortunate, I know, but that is literally her name. So how can I get in trouble?
Although it's not your fault. It's just like, damn, that's truly unfortunate.
Yeah, but god damn it. But ah, ah. But let's just call her Ruth, okay?
Yeah,
Call,
it's
yeah,
probably the safest option.
just call her Ruth, okay?
Jesus
Ruth,
Christ.
Ruth from Warcraft, and also Preacher, is Dominic Cooper's ex-wife. They were married when they were acting in Preacher, and then not long after that show, I think they got a divorce. Yeah, we're just
Okay.
talking about Dominic Cooper's ex-wife, who has a very unfortunate last name.
Extremely unfortunate.
What, Hitler?
It's spelled with it's not a hard it's an A, so it's not as bad, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's Ruth, and then her last name is Negga.
Oh, okay. So somehow we veered off in the priest, huh?
Preacher. Yeah,
Preacher, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
She's from Ethiopia, so I guess it's okay, but still unfortunate.
Oh, so she's from Ethiopia, really?
Yeah, pick a stage name. Irish Ethiopian. That's
Irish Ethiopian. Okay.
But yeah, I would have picked
that.
a stage name just because you can't make people try and pronounce that without getting banned. That's mean.
Oh man, that's very unfortunate.
Sorry, we got sidetracked, Stone.
No, it's fine. But
I'm sure you're shocked that we got sidetracked.
no, I'm not.
We never do such
But I mean,
things.
there's only a couple of it was only a couple of episodes of Continental, so pretty easily, right? Pretty easy to get through those.
Yeah, like I don't know what they can do, but it's like you got decades of content potentially. I'm hoping we see more because I really like the world they've set up in this.
I mean, yeah, but
Like, I don't think we
It can
will
only-
see more in this particular iteration of things, but it'd be nice.
I really don't think that they could have came from the 80s. I think they could have gave some campy little memory of when he took over, or when he took over, maybe an episode worth of when he took over in the 70s or whatever, bringing them to more of the 80s, because really the world is going to want to see. I mean, not that they're going to want, not that it's all about that, but they are going to want to see when the young John Wick, first starts to make his appearance, at the Continental and things like that. They, they're going to want to get there sooner than later. So I mean, and depending on how long that he's been involved and everything like that, so they're definitely gonna want to get to that, payoff.
Yeah, because like I'm trying to think, like I think John Wick was like, it was meant to be like him, like as like a like in his late teens, I think, or something, wasn't it? Where he started sort of getting into that shit. It was like
It's
early 20s or something. Like I can't
it's
remember exactly, but
they
he was
really, I mean,
young for sure.
they really only go into a lot of history of like what he was taught and more saying more anything and some of the people that he considers family and everything like that. They've just kind of gone more and more into that, but didn't so much give so much of a timeline of when so when he was out there working and whatnot. So but like I said, but they're going to want to see some semblance that would show here's a young John Wick coming in there for the first time, getting a drink or, what have you. But, so, I mean, anything interesting with the, with the 70s? You said it's an interesting world they created, but I mean, is it made better with the 70s, startup?
I will say that I did not like the fact that it took. I did not like at the start of it. I did not like the period that it took place in. It actually, I didn't get into it until episode 2. In episode 1, I was kind of like, it was taking me a while to get into it and get used to everything. And until episode 2, that's when I got used to everything. So I was like, eh. And then what was going on with the female detective? I can't remember her name.
And
I
that was a mystery until episode 3.
I did not like that at all. I didn't. I just. And then when we finally got to the reveal with what was going on with her, I thought that was a letdown. I did. I really thought that was a
It
letdown because there was no build up to it. There wasn't. There was no hint. There was no subtlety to it. There was nothing. Also, we didn't even
not
find. We
not
didn't even
until pretty
find.
much the reveal happened.
There was. We didn't even find out that she was looking for Winston until the 3rd episode. We didn't know that she was even looking for him. We only knew that she was looking for Frankie. We had no idea that she was looking for Winston. And we didn't even know why she was looking for Frankie. We didn't.
No.
Yeah, it's just initially I thought the reason she was looking for Frankie might have been connected to the coin press. That's it. I mean,
That's why I feel like this would have been like they did a lot with the what are we like about 4.5 hours with the 3 episodes ish, about roughly 4.5 hours. This should have been probably 6.
I think, to be honest, I think it should have gone on longer. Yeah.
Like the last episode, I had no issue with. I thought the way things progressed in the final episode
I thought
as like
I thought the
the
fight at the
ending for everything.
I thought the fight at the Continental was great. I thought the
Yeah,
fight at the Continental was really well done. I thought the stuff that was going on with Gene, with him shooting everybody off with the sniper, that was cool. And then
that was great.
his whole like communicating with the woman at the apartment, I thought that was very cool. I thought that was good comedic value. Um,
Did you recognize Jane?
yeah, but I didn't know from where.
He was the preacher from Deadwood.
Holy shit, it was him.
Yeah,
The guy with the brain tumor, right?
yeah, and the he was briefly in Justified as I think he was an assassin in Justified too. Actually,
He was the assassin in Justified, the guy in the
season
apartment that gets shot.
in season 2, I want to say.
Yeah, I thought I recognized him, but I couldn't place him from where.
Yeah, he's a bit older. Like he looks a little different, but it's yeah,
It's kind of
I was
weird
like
to see him without his eyes going all kooky.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
Yeah. But yeah. No, just I thought all that stuff was kind of cool. I thought the whole stuff with crap, I can't think of his name. It's the guy that was in charge of Chinatown. the guy in the nice suit and the fedora. Can't remember his
I
name.
want to say Chen. I don't know if
Yeah.
we were given a first name. I
How
think it was Chen.
how the woman I can't remember. I can't remember her name, but it's the sister.
Yeah,
The
I was gonna look up the fucking names before we did this because I'm
Yeah.
terrible with names and I forgot.
I'm usually good with names, but I can't remember any of their fucking names. But the woman that was in the daughter that was really looking after the dojo. I can't remember her name. She had the little looked like a garage door opener. She pressed the button. Then Chen looked at the box and saw the C4 start beeping, and his eyes widened. And I'm like, "Oh, buddy, you're fucked now." Oh yeah, that was cool. I like that. But I will say that out of the 3 episodes, I'd say episode 3 was probably the best. But I still say that what was going on with that female detective, that I didn't like. I just
Yeah, it was like I enjoyed pretty much all of it. Just that story, like even once you get that storyline in general, I was just kind of like meh. Like I didn't really care for the that fucking her superior, the detective that she was banging, was like oddly too involved in her life, and you never really get an answer as to why exactly. But that whole thing, I was just kind of like, meh. Everything else, though, I thought was pretty well done. Like the chemistry between characters and
mm,
what they did in a fairly limited amount of time with all those characters, I thought was well done.
mm,
Not like, I mean, the first 2 episodes, I would say not quite enough action, but then like you get some decent sequences, and it's a lot of world building or story building, and they definitely make up for it in that final episode, which is pretty much entirely almost an hour and a half long action sequence to a point.
mm.
So they kind of made up for it there. But yeah, I think it would have been better served by even just an extra like hour and a half, which I guess would probably roughly make up like 6 episodes of any other series.
Let me quickly say, by the way, that I should have mentioned this, but just wanted to reconfirm that in this show series, that the adjudicator is played by Catherine McGrath.
Katie McGrath, but
Katie.
yeah.
Oh, really? You're gonna. Okay. Birth name: Catherine Elizabeth McGrath. Okay. But Katie, okay, I got you.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just I've always known her as Katie McGrath.
And you know what she's most noted for?
Merlin.
What?
She was in Merlin.
Lena Luthor.
I know her from Merlin, the BBC show.
I know her from Lena Luthor.
Yeah, she was in Supergirl as well, which was a shit show.
Hey, but she was, again, but you got to see, so you got to see who they cast. Is what I'm just telling you, who they cast. It's just that there's a certain darkness with her that, like, you say what you want about that, but I liked her in that, and I like her as the adjudicator on this show. I mean, it's just
yeah. Which apparently she's like missing like her lips, and you can see like her teeth.
Yeah, like I think there was mention of a like I don't know if it was serious or not. There was someone at some point mentioned her having her face chewed off by rats. So I don't know if that was just like a joke about the way she looked, or if that's actually what happened there.
Yeah, and then of course Mel Gibson is like just like sitting at the table, just eating his food, and Sharon is like asking us like, "What now?" And Mel Gibson is like, "What do you mean, what now? I'm still dealing with her face."
Yeah. Oh, but damn it, there was a line he called. I think it was the guy in the what do they call the room in the third episode with like where like Cormac fucking busted in? It was like the correspondence room or something like that.
Operations room.
The operations room, yes. And after Cormac killed that guy, he called him, I think it was a turgid flunky or something like that. Like he had some great terms for people that I wish I'd written down because so many of them were just like, God damn, it's good.
Well, that's Mel Gibson for you. I mean, he comes up with some great lines. Like that's always been him.
It was kind of weird hearing him do like I guess somewhat of a Boston accent.
Yeah.
I guess that's what he was doing, like some kind of Irish American. I guess Boston.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm just glad that Mel Gibson was in this show because he was just fucking great.
Yeah, like I remember early reviews before I actually watched the show. They were just like, "Oh, most of the cast has chemistry, but Mel Gibson doesn't really have chemistry." It's like that's kind of the point, though. He's not meant to have chemistry with these people.
Yeah, because he's the bad guy.
Yeah, and he's completely isolated from these people, like isolated from pretty much everyone in the world. He just hangs out in his office, just slowly going more and more insane, and has been
Yeah.
doing so for at least a couple decades.
Yeah, and he ends up killing cellists.
Yeah, quite brutally, and then
Yeah,
making
which I thought
puns while he does it.
I thought that was a cool kill scene. He
That
just
was good.
he just takes the golf club and just starts whacking away.
And once he's lying there, fucking brutalized with Mel Gibson's golf club, he's just like, "Yeah, I was pretty teed off." It's like he's making puns. Like, that's classic great villain shit. He's brutalizing people and making puns at the same time.
I have to ask. It's like, please tell me that was improvised. It's like
I hope so.
I was teed off.
Yeah.
It's like I have to walk up to Mel Gibson. It's like, please tell me that was improvised. That was ad libbed. Please tell me. I must know these things.
I feel like I had very, very few complaints about this. I wasn't like, since it was announced, I was kind of like I loved it. I was like, yeah, Mel Gibson's going to be in it. That's pretty cool. But I was really on the fence. I'm like, this could be terrible. But
Oh yeah.
I would say any complaints that I had are pretty much outweighed by everything that I loved about this show.
I mean, initially I wasn't sure I was gonna like this show, and from the trailers alone, I was like, yeah, I don't really care. But
Yeah, I don't think I watched any of the trailers actually.
I decided to give it a watch, and after the first episode, I was like, yeah, I'll keep going. And I stuck with it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not disappointed. Even though I do have some complaints, but not many.
Yeah, like I'm not even like nothing's really coming to me right now that I'm really just like, yeah, that was. I would say maybe a bit too much music.
The music didn't bother me all that much.
Like I would say music was used well a lot, but there was certain times where I was like, yeah, you could maybe even not too much music, just like maybe just like turn. Am I an old man now? Turn the volume down a little bit.
Yeah.
You damn kids with your TV shows and your loud music.
It's like your Zima and your Pac-Man and your hula hoops and your video games and all that shit.
You Donkey Kong video games.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, I swear I've been told I'm gonna be the old man standing on my front lawn going like, God damn you rotten kids, get off my lawn. But
there were certain songs that were perfectly used, like when they used Pink Floyd's "Welcome to the Machine" when Winston was like making his exit out of the like what do you call it, the hobo assassin building.
The Bowery.
Yeah, that was used perfectly. When Mel Gibson came down in the elevator and they used I don't know what the title of the song is. The One is the loneliest number since the number one. That fucking
Yeah,
song.
yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that was used really well, and there was definitely many examples. It's just like certain times it was just like maybe you don't need the music to be blaring at this particular moment, but it's a minor complaint, and I'm probably wrong. These are people with a lot more talent than I have.
Oh yeah, but I don't know. I mean, it was a pretty good show. I liked. Let's see, what else did I like about it? Yen, the character Yen, I liked her as well. I thought she was
Yeah,
cool. Um, I was surprised that they killed off Frankie in the first episode, though.
that was surprising. Yeah, I thought he was going to be like. uh, I wasn't sure. Like I kind of figured he might die at some point, but I didn't think it was going to be so early.
I thought he would die in episode 2 at least.
Yeah, or if not in the finale, but
Yeah,
no, right at the end of episode 1.
yeah.
But to save everybody.
Oh, I will say that my favorite scene in the entire show is the scene in episode 3 where they're standing in front of the armory and they find out that the Bowery people are hiding in plain sight wearing the suits, and they point the gun at Cormac's people. And then Cormac takes the key, puts it in the lock of the armory, and then breaks the key. And he tells his men, okay, no one's getting in the armory. Kill these motherfuckers. And then turns off the light. And then you hear and see like gunfire and the flashes of the guns. And everybody's screaming and gagging and everything. That was probably the coolest scene in the entire fucking show.
I had flashbacks to Equilibrium. Remember when they did a similar type sequence?
Look, I only ever saw the movie once, and it's been a while, so I don't remember.
Remember it was like when I think it was when they
I do remember. It's at the
like
beginning of the movie, right?
pretty close. Yeah, it's like when they
Yeah.
do when you see their like first raid and they shut the lights off and it's just a bunch of muzzle flashes and
I
then
do remember
lights
that. Yeah.
come back on. Just everyone's dead
Yep.
except for Christian Bale and Sean Bean and might have been just those two.
What do you mean I didn't do my homework? What are you talking about, V?
Explain yourself and your random capitalization of letters.
Yeah, he's probably talking about my constant yawning. But well, I mean, I'm hungry, and I get tired when I get hungry.
And you wouldn't like him when he's hungry.
I mean, I haven't had any breakfast or lunch, so
That's fair enough.
yeah.
I was making a bad Hulk reference.
Oh, come on. I've only seen the movie once, and it's been months since I've seen it.
Yeah, well, it was quite a while ago that we covered that.
Yeah. Look, I have a good memory, but let me rephrase. I have a selective good memory.
Yeah, mine's very much the same. Like I'll either remember everything about something, or actually, it's either everything, nothing, or duh. I get a lot of duh
I can
about
remember
things.
the details on the suit worn by the protagonist of a science fiction movie that I watched 10 years ago. But I then cannot remember what I had for breakfast a month ago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah.
Like I remember exactly what I was wearing, where I was when my sister was born when I was 3. But yeah, what did I have for dinner a week ago?
Fuck if I know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gives a shit.
exactly. But no, it's just, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Continental was a pretty good show. I mean, I liked it. One thing I will say that I was disappointed by, it was it's not a big deal that it didn't happen. I just think it's a missed opportunity. They should have brought in Ian McShane and Lance Reddick to play.
I was waiting. Yeah,
to play their older versions of their characters.
I was waiting for that flash forward at the end of the last episode.
So was
It just
I.
Never came.
I was waiting for it, and it didn't happen. And I was disappointed. I was like, man, missed opportunity. It would have been a perfect thing to do. Just like a jump forward and have Ian McShane standing at the balcony at the top of the Continental and have Lance Reddick just walk up behind him and they're just sharing a couple of drinks like old friends who have been together through thick and thin for fucking decades.
I was thinking the exact same thing. And especially now since Lance Reddick is sadly gone.
Yeah, it would have been perfect. And they filmed this when Lance Reddick was still alive. So it would have been a perfect send off for Lance Reddick. Would have been perfect.
Goddamn shame.
But it's a fucking missed opportunity.
I gotta say though, in speaking in sort of like material or content that was created, in the midst of somebody's passing. Are you guys familiar of an Adult Swim show that just came out, Royal Crackers?
No.
I've seen clips pop up on YouTube because I follow Adult Swim on YouTube, but I've never actually seen the show.
Okay, well, it's just basically about this family of heirs to this cracker dynasty that was created.
Oh, I have seen commercials for this.
Yeah, by the patriarch, but he's now like chronically he's like terribly enfeebled at this point, and like I'm pretty much non-responsible. Somehow he's still supposedly alive, and they're just kind of waiting out to see, saying when he does die, who does get full control of the company and everything like that. And it's the son whose name is Steve with a B, because his father didn't bother to correct his name, as being Steve. And then there's the other son, Theo, who basically tried to be a rock star. He had this band called Taint. Is how he says it. He's looking like really like an homage to fucking Fred Durst a little bit. Honestly, I'm just saying. But
damn it, there was a joke about who was like the. Just going back to the Continental for a second, who was the guy? He was a member of the team with the black brother and sister and like Frankie's like gang, like the white guy who got blown up by the grenade in the third episode.
Or not Jim, Lem.
Yeah, he made a great joke about like being shot in his, was it perineum or something? Perineum? Is it perineum? Perineum? Like, what's that? It's like, it's a spot between my balls and my asshole or something like that. I can't remember it exactly, but there was a great tank joke, and I think it was the first episode.
Awesome. Well, that
would have been much better if I could have remembered it. But now I've just wasted time.
No, that's quite a bounce.
Going back to Steve.
But in the point that I was making, there was an episode where Theo ran over this guy that was making fun of him. He was a ventriloquist. He made fun of him in this bar, and I'm saying about his career and everything like that. And somehow, some way, they happened to be in the same place where he was driving, and he ended up hitting him and running him over. And supposedly this old, this weird black dude that's been an assistant or whatever, or like the right hand man to in the Royal Crackers for like the longest time. He calls this fixer or whatever that's supposed to help them, get rid of the body. It's this old man, this crazy looking old man who's voiced by Gilbert Gottfried.
Oh,
so they go through this whole thing where he's, where he wants this one more chance to, to do his job and everything like that. And, so they go through this whole funny saga of, of hiding the body. And he seemed like he's so bad at it at first and everything like that. And then eventually it ends out to where they finally get, get the body. They take it out to this quicksand where, of course, they feel like they gotta they can't really roll it in as quicksand or whatever. Somebody's got to. So he decides that he would go ahead and like drive the truck, you know what I'm saying, into the quicksand and just go down with the quicksand. This is one last thing doing his job and everything like that. And there was this really somber type song that almost sounded like Behind Blue Eyes a little bit from almost sound like the beginning of Behind Blue Eyes from fucking Limp Bizkit a little bit, but you know, I'm just saying. But anyway, it was the sad song, and he's going into the quicksand and everything. He's giving the thumbs up as he go into the quicksand, and then as you know, as they go to black, they say "Thank you, Gilbert." You know, as the show ends and everything like that. So that's how they decided to end that, because that was one of his last pieces of content that he created before he passed on. So
wait, they mix a Terminator 2 reference with a fucking In Memoriam? That's pretty glorious.
yeah, in a way they did, and you know, had his voice, and you know what I'm saying. So I don't know if he knew that was going to happen like that, or if they just kind of, you know what I'm saying, they kind of worked it in like that. But they, you know, it was kind of a moment. I didn't realize what they were doing, and it was kind of weird at first, and it was kind of weird, but it was kind of sad, and it was good. Then when they said "Thank you, girl," I was like, oh, now I fucking really get it. You know, but I just felt like, and references to somebody, you know, passing on and the Mr. Content being created, I feel like that was a great way to kind of like, you know what I'm saying, to kind of give him a salute, you know what I'm saying, the one last salute for, you know what I'm saying, for what he did. So pretty funny episode.
Because Gilbert went out, Gilbert was, I think, probably 30-ish years older than Lance Reddick, but they both just kind of, like, without warning, just went out.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just, you know, don't want to get too heavy. That's why I kind of had a little bit of silence. I didn't want to get too heavy, but just kind of saying that it was a very good, funny, you know what I'm saying, way to, you know what I'm saying, to honor the guy where that kind of happened in the midst of that being filmed and everything like that. So pretty good. But just, did you guys still have some more to impart on the Continental before we finally get into Saw 2?
I got nothing else to say.
No, I think I'm pretty good.
Well then, folks, okay, all righty. Well then, we're getting into finally Saw 2. And I still say that, right off the top, I still just kind of say it still moves in what I feel like are the beginning stages of things. You know, thanks to Saw 10 or Saw X,
which I have seen.
But thanks to that, there are some things that have to be factored in. That they are now factoring in a little bit more, filling in some of the blanks. But I still feel like the Saw 2 was still in the beginning stages of, not so much the beginning stages, because he'd already made his reputation well known. You know what I'm saying? Even in the first installment. But in the second one here, I just think that it's still a little bit more in the, how can I say it? I think at this point he had probably tried the other treatment. You know, I think Charles, you know what I'm talking about. I think he tried the other treatment, got through that, and now I think by the time we get to Saw 2, he's more in the, it's starting to break him down more phase. The cancer and everything like that.
I'm still here. I'm just going off camera.
No,
but,
it's fine. But I think he's still more in the cancer is still more breaking him down phase. I think he tried his last big hurrah at it, and I think he's more in the last phases of it still at this point. So
he's in the acceptance phase at this point.
In a way, you know, as much as in a way, but I mean, I definitely think that what we're seeing in Saw 2 was sort of like the after Saw X, in my opinion. did without giving away too much. But yeah, I just feel like I feel like Saw 2 is after that, and it's more now just kind of dealing in kind of bringing. He's more kind of bringing. God, why am I forgetting her fucking name right now? Asshole right now.
Shawnee Smith's character.
Yes.
Amanda Young.
Yeah,
There you go.
he's bringing her along now. I think at this point, he's more, so that's, so that of course alluding to the to where he was trying to destroy the blueprints, everything like that. He was sort of alluding to that fact anyway, as of course it would be revealed. So do you think the test? So you think that whole game and everything like that? So that was really. So would you say that was really all of her design?
What was going on in the house in Saw 2?
Yes.
I am not like, even though it's been, like, I saw it recently and then I saw it originally in the theater years ago. I don't know. I
I would say
legitimately
no.
I legitimately don't know. I actually think that the traps themselves were designed by John, but I think I think it's possible that the victims were not. I think the main victim was supposed to be Detective Matthews. Like, I think
Ultimately, yeah, it was
I
ultimately
think
a test for him.
Detective Matthews was supposed to be the intended test subject, and that everybody else in the house was only there, and they were selected with the assistance of John Kramer because of their connection to Detective Matthews. Like, because they were all put away in prison because of Detective Matthews. Like, they were
Not only
all
put away,
connected
but
to him.
framed.
Yeah, they were all framed by Detective Matthews. Even Amanda Young was framed by him.
But I was going to bring this up before V commented it. They actually used a different script from an entirely different movie and rewrote it to fit the Saw series. That's something I only learned when I was looking the movie up. It was hold on a second. Let's see if I got it here. Yep. So the director, Darren Lynn Boozman, however you want to pronounce that name. So after the successful opening weekend of 2004 saw a sequel was immediately greenlit. When Al and James Wan were busy preparing for the next film and were unable to write or direct, Boozman wrote a script called The Desperate before Saw was released and was looking for a producer, but many studios rejected it. Then ultimately, it was decided that with some changes, it could be made into Saw 2. So Lee Wan-al, who is one of the co-creators / the guy who wasn't Cary Elwes in the first movie, became available to provide rewrites of the script. Then it was given a larger budget and shot. Yeah, I had no idea about that. Like, there's a lot to be read about that, but yeah, it was actually not a Saw movie when it was originally written.
Yeah, I didn't know that. And that actually explains a lot.
Yeah, because like when you go like between this and the first movie, like aside from certain things, it does feel drastically different to a point.
It does. It does
Like
feel drastic.
the first movie was closer to, I don't know, something like Seven or like some kind of thriller, whereas this one was pretty much the bridge between Saw being some kind of thriller and just straight up horror.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess it always retained the thriller element, but it definitely like I remember reading about the first movie, people were just like, it's torture porn. It's like you have no fucking idea what's coming.
Yeah, you really don't. It gets
Like
so
you
much
think this is
worse.
torture porn, and I think it was Hostel. I think was released the same year as Saw 2. I think that was a 2005 movie.
Yeah,
Like,
and in Hostel, which I will say, if you guys decide on watching Hostel, count me out because I have no interest in ever watching that movie again.
and that's one I've seen a few times, but and I even own both of them on Blu-ray, but I don't. It's never like either of the movies. Like the second one is, yeah, it's just like it's a much worse. It's a more brutal movie, but it's also worse. It's just kind of just shitty.
Mm,
But even the first one, like I've seen it enough that I never need to see it again. Maybe
yeah,
someday, but it's never a movie where I'm looking through my stuff and I'm just like, you know what? I'll watch Hostel. Like, it just
yeah.
doesn't have the like. Yeah, if you want to say torture porn, that's pretty much your definition of it.
Oh yeah, I
It's
mean,
much more like,
I mean, a little bit of a spoiler territory, but there is a girl in that movie that gets a blowtorch to her eye and then gets it cut off. Holy shit!
and I think one of the worst, like, one of the most like cringy, just like, oh god, things I've ever seen in a movie is from the first Hostel, where he one of the characters gets his like Achilles tendon like cut and like
Yeah,
snaps back up, and it's just like, oh, oh,
yeah. It's just oh,
yeah,
holy shit!
it just you, ugh, no, just, oof. Even just thinking about it, just, yeah.
Look, I will never watch that movie again, and I never saw any of the sequels. I am not watching it. No.
That's right, because there was three, wasn't there? I never saw three. And two was enough that I was just like, yeah.
No. Like, look, like, I'm a fan of the Saw movies because I love the Saw movies. Those movies are fun. I like those movies. Hell, and I told you guys I saw Saw 10, and Saw 10 was a great fucking movie. It was an amazing addition to the franchise. It was really well done.
Hmm.
And there were certain scenes in the movie that I really liked. There were also some plot directions that were very unexpected that I really liked. Without spoiling anything, the movie really makes you root for John Kramer. I would say John Kramer is not the villain in Saw X or Saw 10. Yeah, he's not the villain, and neither is Amanda Young. They're not the bad guys.
Well, let's see. But are they real? I mean, but anyway, that's always going to be a mind bender in this situation. Are they really? I mean, it was some low scale stuff that would make you, and I think that would make
Well,
you.
hell, I mean, even across the entire Saw franchise, I have never considered John Kramer, and I'm saying John Kramer specifically, I've never considered him to be the bad guy. Not
Okay.
once.
Okay.
Because he said it specifically in Saw 2. He has never killed anyone in his entire life. And that is true. He's never killed anyone. And each person that has ever gone through his traps, whether they've lived or died, he has always given them a chance to survive. He always gives them an out. He always gives them a way out. And
It's true, but I think if you kidnap someone and perform surgery on them and put a key behind their eye,
he's not the one that performed surgery on them. That was spoilers.
yeah,
That's spoilers.
true.
That was somebody else. That was not him.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
No, not a great one. It's a point. it's a fact, it's a detail and an ultimate situation, but the guy didn't do it simply because he got off on it. I mean, it was part of what they had to do, so I get that, but it's merely a detail in the midst of an overall situation that still is a blueprint to a game. And so yeah, so yeah, we can I guess stew over
Look,
the
I would say out of everybody that has always sided with John Kramer, and I am going a little bit into spoiler territory here, but I'm fairly certain that our audience has already watched the Saw franchise, so I think I'm in the clear here. Detective
Good.
Hoffman. Detective Hoffman. Him. He is the one that I would say is, yeah,
Right.
him. I would say, yeah.
He's a bad guy.
Yeah, I would say he's a bad guy. He doesn't want to test the victims. He's in it to kill people. He's not in it to test them. He's in it to kill them. Amanda Young, on the other hand, she actually is a true believer, and she wants to follow in Kramer's footsteps. But I think she is a true believer to a unhealthy degree. And I think that when John Kramer does inevitably die, she's going to self-destruct. And
I see that's the thing. From Saw X, honestly, or Saw 10, and even looking into, I believe it was 3. There was always some philosophical difference of opinion between the two. Sometimes because for one reason or another, and it's just see, and people didn't quite take the message quite in that way. He's not a self-help guru or something like that. It's like, basically, look, it was as simple as one moment just taking his hand off the wheel and veering off of a bridge and not dying, the way he realized at that point that he wouldn't devalue his life anymore as long as he had it, and that he would do things, he would take more control and do things to have more of an effect on the world. And that's the message that even at a certain point with Amanda got lost. She was looking for more of a guru, a mentor to help her to a place of, of figuring out what she needed to do, instead of realizing I made it through. This is what I need to do. And instead of realizing, okay, like I made it through here. I need to stop doing this, and I need to take control of my life. And I want to do this, and this. And it's more kind of seeing a freedom and seeing more of a power from making it through that situation and being able to survive. But she didn't see it the same way that he saw it. And that's where it started to become an issue, because she was looking for something that happened that she needed to complete, for herself. He was not there to complete the transition, the evolution of valuing your life. He was just there to spark that initial, that initial starting point of valuing your life now, and realizing now that you should be doing things that basically make a more positive mark on this world, instead of just being so self-destructive.
Mm. Okay.
So that's kind of how I saw that particular situation. But like I said, I think at certain points, it was just philosophical differences, especially in Saw 10. But I think in these other installments, especially the one where he was, he was definitely bedridden and in trouble, he still didn't deal, he still she still didn't understand the concept that he was, you know what I'm saying, that he was trying to bring forward, and it caused conflict. In my opinion, I don't want to, because I know we still have to get into those other ones. I'm just kind of saying for her, she wasn't so much of a true believer that everything that he said she followed without question. There were questions for different reasons, and you know, and sometimes, and then sometimes it didn't always fare well. So, give me a second.
Okay.
I still like, without having rewatched the other ones and without having seen the new one, I still think that was always her. At least her, if not maybe all of his apprentices' problem, is they didn't completely get what he was doing. She definitely didn't get it. I don't think. But it's been a while since I've seen, well, aside from the first two.
Well,
now.
I mean, in Saw 3, I did get that impression that Amanda didn't completely get what John Kramer was doing, that she wasn't like fully understanding the lesson that he was teaching her.
Yeah,
And
like V says here, they both made unwinnable games. That's why John tested both of them as apprentices. Yeah, pretty much.
I completely get that. Yeah. Now, of course, with Hoffman, I always got the impression, like, going a little forward here, but there is a trap that involves the character that is played by Dinah Meyer. I can't remember her name, but she's in Saw 2. She's the
Was she the chick who put her hands up through like the like razor blade, like put both of her hands?
no. She's the cop. She's the cop. The woman
Oh,
that
okay.
the woman you're talking about is played, her name, that actress's name is Emanuela Valger.
Yeah.
But no, Dinah Meyer is the cop that was in the room with the monitors, and she said it's not a live feed. That's Dinah Meyer. I believe she dies in Saw 4, if I'm not mistaken.
4 or 5. Yeah, I
Well, no,
she
dies in Saw 4, but her body is discovered.
Definitely.
Her body is discovered, I think, either in Saw 4 or Saw 5.
Okay.
But her trap is like, she manages to actually get the key that's supposed to unlock her trap, and when she gets the key and is able to supposedly unlock the trap doesn't unlock, and she is unable to get out. So when she realizes that she's unable to get out of the trap, she accepts her fate and she dies. And that's when we realize, when her death is investigated by the FBI agents, that there is a third apprentice, and that is when it leads into the discovering of Detective Hoffman. And that's when we find out that her trap was created and built by Detective Hoffman.
Which I mean, look, we'll have to wait and get into that whole discussion, because I seriously believe as time went on that Hoffman was never meant to be an apprentice.
No,
more of a play, you know what I'm saying, more of a player on a chessboard more than anything.
Yeah, I agree. I think Kramer making Hoffman an apprentice was kind of a bad idea.
No. See, that's the thing. See, that's the thing that I realized, that even coming all the way to Saw 10, that you got to realize that every single thing that happens, that he's thought about in his mind, that every single possibility of how this thing could go right and go wrong is thought about in his mind. Everything, everything that you think, you know, that you think is that you think is somehow a misstep. Oh, he got caught up. Oh, this and that and the third. You know, all of that is he thought about all probabilities and possibilities. So it's never a misstep. Nothing is ever a misstep. Nothing is ever not supposed to happen. And there's always probabilities and plan Bs of things if things go wrong a certain way. But as strategies change and and get stronger, it's less likely that those outside probabilities will happen and things go according exactly the way he wants them to go, even if it does seem like something slipped here or there.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I look at the situation.
Yeah, but V, to ask you a question, are you talking about the guy that was introduced in Jigsaw?
Wait, which one?
V said
Huh?
the only one that understands is the original apprentice, and I think he's talking about that guy that was introduced in the movie Jigsaw.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
really flash forwarding here, but
Yeah,
They haven't even seen that. So
yeah,
yeah, so
everyone shut the fuck up, especially you, V.
yeah,
okay.
yeah. So just just let's just peel back on that before we get there. I'm just saying now that I would just say that again, there is nothing, and I repeat, nothing that happens that he hadn't thought about. It just seems that way. Like I said, a lot of times it just seems that way, but it's never quite the it was a little slip up. He didn't see that coming. Nah, he sees everything coming. He sees everything coming. He sees all the possibilities of what could happen, and he sets up a situation for exactly those things. Trust me.
Mm,
I've seen it
yeah.
I've seen it too many times, and it's never. So it's not a bad. It was not a bad idea that he had to that he had to correct. It was always Detective Hoffman, in my opinion, was always a piece on a chess table. He was never meant to be an apprentice because he had like I said, we're not going to delve too much into that. But I'm just going to say that he was never meant, in my opinion, he was never meant to be an apprentice, just a piece to use to do what he was ultimately trying to do. It was never by him being like a part of the fold at all, because that wasn't his intention. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
So I would just definitely say like that. So that's where I kind of put that off to the side. That's of course another complicated discussion that we'll move forward with at some point. But I would say as far as 2 goes, I would just think, like I said, I think a lot of this was about that he thought, and again, and that's what he likes to do, and that's what he also taught her, because that's the thing. You think he put himself in a position. He put himself in a position to, like, why would he put himself in a position to get beat up by him? Like, why would he do? Because that's his thing. That's the very few people realize that there are certain predators out there that will disguise themselves as prey to lure something in.
Mm-hmm.
There's, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, they're not widespread, but there are a few out there that will play that game and act like they're prey just to lure something that seemingly might be bigger in, just to, you know what I'm saying, just to basically drag them because they have more poison or whatever the case, whatever. But there are some who do that, and it seems that John Creamer likes to do that. He likes to disguise as prey at certain points to basically to even have more control over them, a person than they think he does. That's the way he got fucking who was fucking Mark Wahlberg? Who was fucking Donnie Wahlberg? Man, what the fuck his name was?
Detective Matthews.
Wow, they really like that Matthew. You know what I'm saying? Matthew Altman. Okay, anyway, no problem. Why they really like that, but it's like the way he, like I said, he had more mind control over him than what even when he thought, even when it was before, where he had him trying to sit there and just talk to him that whole time. He had more control of him because he thought now,
Guys, I'll be right back.
no problem.
Yeah.
Because he thought that he had beaten him so bad that now he was willing to tell him everything, and it was just he had more control over him than even before. And it's just like because he made him believe that, yeah, I have you now. You know what I'm saying? I'll beat you until you tell me what I want to know. You know what I'm saying? And I think much the same way that he taught her, like she drew people in by jumping into that, you know what I'm saying? Jumping into that fucking, pile of needles and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like she was, I think she was mentally prepared for that. I mean, she stuck and cut herself a number of times. So I think that she was mentally prepared for that. I think she mentally prepared herself the way he possibly mentally prepared for, to possibly be beaten and, by, because he know the kind of cop Detective Matthews was, and at that point. So, he was expecting that he kind of got himself mentally ready for that, the way she got herself mentally ready for, all of those needles and everything like that. It was to really gain more of that control, more of that mind control, more of that, more of that weird extreme trust and extreme,
Yeah.
I'm saying a trust. I guess not like extreme trust, but trust in an extreme situation. It's like, it's weird. He made him, he made Detective Matthews trust that the information he was giving him was real because he so feared, any more of a beating. So he was able to get, a trust in a more extreme situation because he thought he was just so fearful of that. And that's part of his, even more beautiful little trap at the, that will ultimately spell game over. And he even said it, of course, anyway. Of course. But I mean, like I said, so he was merely a prop in her game, of course. And it was all about basically putting an extreme level of danger once he realized all the people that he fucked over, are in the same house as his son. It put an extreme level. He wanted to push him to the brink that he would do something like that. See, everything that happens, he's thought on. So he wanted to push him to the brink of where he would, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go and kick his ass until he tells me what I want to know, and everything like that. He wanted him to go there because he wanted to make him think, you're gonna take me to this place, and he thought every possibility of what ended up happening, it ran through his mind. None of it was a surprise to him. That's what we all come down to. And when you have that foundation of understanding that when it comes to John Kramer, nothing that happens in these series of movies is really a surprise to him. He's thought about all the probabilities and possibilities of what could happen. Even the conflict with him, even the conflict between himself and Amanda. Like nothing, he never not sees it coming.
No, like there's no way. Just like there's no way that guy took on her as an apprentice and didn't have the idea that things could go wrong. She could turn out to be a problem ultimately. Like there's no way like that guy was just like, this will definitely work out. I'm gonna put all my eggs in this basket.
I mean, no, it could work. I mean, look, just saying, like she's the youngest. It could have worked out, but she had to deal with her own. But she had to deal with it. But she couldn't deal with the fact that he wasn't trying to be a guru. He wasn't trying to be like, to walk her into her destiny like that. Like she had, the main thing about it is taking control of your own. That's the lesson. Like that's the lesson of when he survived that, that car crash off the bridge and everything like that, off the embankment or whatever. He survived that. It was about, now, what do? I take control of the life that I have left, and I move forward with that the way that I feel best. And it was testing other people, putting them in games to see that, for those who didn't value their life at that particular point. So she didn't get that lesson. She was expecting him to fix her. So it was like, She never understood that she had to take control and figure out what she needed to do in her own life to make her own mark. So there you have it. He thought that she would see that and see the empowerment in that, and allowing her to set up the game that she did with Detective Matthews. But I think some of that, as we'll check out in the other installments, I think some of that didn't play out as well as she hoped. But it's just a lot. It's it's a lot to a situation as unique as this, to say the least.
It is.
So, and I just think that, and we definitely got confirmation toward the end that this was definitely after, the Dr. Gordon, the Dr. Gordon episode. It was definitely after that they find themselves back in that room, or back in that bathroom and everything like that, where all of that, where all of that happened before, and to see, I mean, the level of decay in that situation. I mean, where would you, I mean, we're not experts here, but
No, but you figure it had to be several months.
at the longest or the shortest?
Not the shortest, really.
Okay. So we were definitely still working within, within a set timeline here, for the most part.
Because the figure was like, it took him like, I don't know how long it takes someone to starve to death, but let's say a week. So he died a week after the first movie, let's say. But then to get to that point of decay, you figure it's got to be at least a couple, like 2 or 3 months, at least, right?
I mean, to kind of borrow a word from, from Rachel Weisz and The Mummy, I would still venture that once the body is still, do you think?
I think cut out, so I didn't hear anything you just said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying that to borrow a line from Rachel Weisz and The Mummy.
Okay,
I would say
I got that.
Yeah, I would say after a couple of months, I would say the body would still be juicy at that point.
Yeah, so like you're probably looking at least a year then, I guess, right? Because that thing was fucking that was a dry motherfucker.
Yeah. I would, so yeah, that's where I was going. I was going at least a year or so, because I mean, it would still take a few years for it to go skeleton. It would still take a few years, a few years more yet to get there. So yeah, I'll probably say like a year or two. It probably was, but like I said, but definitely going in the timeline that shows that this happening wasn't a timeline, mind fuck. It actually happened after the Dr. Gordon debacle, I guess you could say. And
well, I mean, I have to ask. It's like, I mean, how long would Dr. Gordon be able to keep moving before he would bleed out after
But see, that's the thing we can't. That's the thing. I would love to answer that question for you.
Oh no,
but it goes well beyond. But it goes well beyond. It goes well beyond even movie 3. The answer goes well beyond that. I have the answer, but the answer goes.
Well, like we all know.
Yeah,
we just can't talk about it yet.
But see, it seemed like you were asking the question. It was like, okay, I would love to answer that, but it's like, no, not yet. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, not quite yet. But I'm just saying,
we'll get there.
With the knowledge that we have, he probably would have gotten not too far outside the room and bled out in the street.
Yeah,
At,
of course.
probably at best.
That could have. Okay, but I could have. Yeah. See, that's what I don't. Okay. Yes, I'll just leave it where you said it, and I won't say anything else about that. So, and then just kind of say that so I kind of like that. Because I was kind of wondering for myself, honestly, like was I missing things or am I not? So I was good. So the first couple of movies did seem to move in a timeline. So I wasn't wrong about that. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't wrong, because once they start bouncing around and you start seeing flashbacks from here and this stuff from there, was this really happening at this time? Or was, it's just like, oh my God, and he's already like, when did he, and you start trying to place the information, because they show a moment where, okay, I'm not gonna get into all of those things that we could be getting into when it comes to this, but yes, still a very solid movie. Somebody gave an opinion about the first Saw that it was a little boring. And I was kind of indifferent to it immediately. But when I kind of saw the first Saw movie, I kind of understand how somebody else could see that as that way. It was more psychological initially. It was more psychological. They focused less on the spectacular deaths that would happen during some of the clips of the games that other people played. It was less focused on the brutality of that. And it was more focused on the two guys in this room, in this bathroom, and what they were dealing with and some of their history. It was more psychological at first. And then I think that as it ramped up towards the end, it started to get a little bit more horrific. And then I think by the time they realized that that people were really liking what they were seeing with the traps and the games and everything like that, that maybe we can move on and we can get a little bit more freer, I guess, or a little bit more creative with the situation. And so,
or to put it differently, go completely fucking nuts.
okay, maybe. I still think that they were still working their way to it. I think they were still working their way.
I mean, I'm speaking to future movies.
Yeah,
where they just go completely fucking nuts.
Yeah, like I said, so I'm definitely in this kind of segueing from that. Like I said, I definitely feel like, yeah, we still kind of like they're still kind of okay. Yeah, we're feeling good about the first movie. We're coming off on the first movie. Let's go ahead and get into the second one, and they're going there a little bit more when the guy gets, so when the guy gets shot, and so when the guy gets shot looking through the peephole with a dirty hairy gun, saying right through his eye.
Yeah,
that's about the best way I can describe it. Or if I'm right, a 357 Magnum. It's the most powerful gun in the world back then.
He does not feel that punk does not feel lucky.
But see, it was the most powerful gun.
He did for the briefest of moments. I don't know why he looked through that fucking peephole. That's still like when I was watching, I was like, why the fuck? Like, oh, let me see what's going on. We were supposed to not put the key in this door, but I'm going to look through this. Oh.
If he did not look through that peephole, somebody else would have died. Beverly Mitchell would have died.
Maybe. Oh, the bullet would have gone into a wall behind him?
No. She was standing behind him. The bullet went through his head, which then altered the trajectory of the bullet, which then allowed it to bypass Beverly Mitchell, which then went into a wall. But if he was not standing in front of the peephole, the bullet would have been a straight shot through the peephole, which then would have gone into Beverly Mitchell, which at the very least would have injured her, or at the very worst would have killed her. Which didn't really matter because she died anyway. The only thing is she died in a much worse manner. She succumbed to the nerve agent.
I mean, yeah, that probably would have been a nice death, really. Ultimately.
Yeah, she died pretty horrifically. Yeah, I kind of felt bad for her. And then Emanuela Vauger saw how she died, and she was like, "Oh, so that's how I'm gonna die." And I'm like, "Nope, That is not how you're going to die. You're about to die about 3 feet in another room.
But I will say, I was reading about the traps earlier. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, there is this one. So with the needle, the needle pit that Shawnee Smith's character was thrown into,
Yeah.
the production team modified a total of 120,000 fake needles, but that number was deemed insufficient, and the pit had to be filled with styrofoam and other materials to make it appear to have more needles. 120,000 wasn't enough. But to get to the point that I was going to get to,
120,000 needles was not enough?
no, it was not. 120,000. But with the hand trap, they arranged a glass box suspended by chains from the ceiling, which contained a hypodermic needle with the antidote, which had 2 handholds on the underside. As soon as Emmanuel Vagier, how did you pronounce it?
I've always pronounced her name Emanuela Valger.
Vaga? Okay. The character Addison puts her hands into the holes, razor blades would close in on her hands. Any attempt to withdraw from the trap would cause her to bleed to death. In order for the trap to be used safely, the prop builders made the handcuffs move inside the box, and fake blades that would retract from the actress's hand, thus allowing her to slide her hands out. But the person who designed it subsequently commented that the character did not have to put her hands into the trap, as there was a lock with a key on the other side of the box that would have opened the contraption. I don't know if they showed that in the movie, but what a motherfucker of a thing.
You know, I always thought that in order for her to be able to get at the needle, she wouldn't have to stick both of her hands in either hole. She would just
No.
use one hand to keep one hole open and then stick the other hand through the open hole and then just go wiggle, wiggle, and then just pull it out and then whoop, and then she's good. That's how you
Yeah.
do it.
Or if you've got someone else there, they can just hold the whole thing open, probably.
Yeah, teamwork.
Yeah. But no. Let's all just be dumb fucks. Let's all die in this fucking shithole. Because we can't work together.
Yeah, that's what we learn in the Saw movies is that human
It's like-
beings are fucking stupid and they
That's it.
get
It's a
people
comment on
killed.
humanity. Hey, do you want to should we try and figure this out together? Ah, fuck you. Hope you die.
I mean, hell,
I'm gonna go do
the
this
guy,
now.
the guy, well, I can't remember his name, the drug dealer that was going after people's like numbers on the back of their neck.
Hmm.
He asked the guy, he pulled out the knife and he said, "Turn around." And I'm like, "Well, really? What are you gonna do?" It's like, I mean, is this what it's gonna be like? I mean, it's just like in the showers or something. I mean, what?
Are you writing a Cannibal Corpse song right now? What's going on?
Oh my god! It's like, what the fuck? And then of course he turns it like they get into a fight, they get into a scuffle. He gets pushed down on the safe, which he bangs his head on the safe, and I
Hmm.
don't even know how the hell he was able to survive that because he hit the corner of that safe really fucking hard.
Really hard, yeah.
Yeah. And then he grabs the bat with the nails in it and hits the guy in the back of the head. And I'm like, okay, I heard a crunch. That kind of makes me hungry for Captain Crunch.
Damn, that dude getting his skull fucking destroyed with with a bat with nails in it. I want some cereal right now.
Yeah.
I'm totally fine. I'm good. Nothing wrong with me. What's wrong with you?
But no, it's just, I don't know. And then, of course, he catches up to Shawnee Smith, which, for the record, I only remember her from The Blob from 1988. Just like she walks into that room, sees Paul being devoured by the Blob, and then she screams, Paul!
It's pretty much The Blob and Becca.
Oh, I don't know that other one.
It's a sitcom with Ted Danson. Ran for a
Yep.
few years.
Yep, don't know it. But anywho, it's just like he chases after them into the bathroom scene where we see Adam's dead, desiccated body.
Yeah.
And then the kid is pretending to be dead, I guess. And then for some strange reason. And then Shawnee Smith says, like, I mean, you may be able to get our numbers, but how will you be able to find out yours when there's no
He's
one?
like,
No
oh,
one.
you stupid bitch! You don't even know. And fucking carves a chunk out of his own neck.
And I'm like, oh, okay. That's one way to do it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Again,
Now,
teamwork? No, nothing.
it's like, and then of course, like we don't actually see what the number is.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, but nobody told him what order the numbers go in.
No, so he probably would have been like, so I'm trying to think how many people did we have? We had ooh, 7 people, I want to say. Hmm.
Well, he made like on the tape. It said that it was over the rainbow. So I would say that it's in the order of colors on the rainbow. The thing is he going to know what order that is? Because he doesn't seem very bright to me.
I don't even know what order that is.
Neither do
And
I.
I'm not a maniacal fucking drug addict, drug addicted drug dealer. Whatever
Yeah,
the fuck it
neither
is.
do I. I don't know that either. I really don't. And it's just, I mean, I'd be screwed. I'd be like, oh, yes, okay, so I have all the numbers for the combination of the combination for the safe. Okay, so red goes here, blue goes there, purple goes here. No. Okay, so purple goes here, no. Okay, so green goes here, blue goes there. No. Yellow, no. No, purple, no. No, fuck. Ah,
That's it. And then 2 hours later, you're fucked.
yeah, exactly.
It's like,
Yeah, it's
wow,
just
that was all worth it.
yeah, exactly. It's like I had to cut off a piece of my skin on the back of my neck. My spine is showing, and now I'm gonna die.
And I've been woozy for like fucking an hour and a half now.
Yeah,
So I'm just like, I don't even know if I'm putting these numbers in right. This is all just, I don't even know what's going on.
Ugh. I swear. It's just, I mean, Jigsaw just doesn't make it simple, does he? He just really
No,
doesn't.
he certainly does not.
Yeah, but I
I
mean,
will say, oddly, like, this one had a bigger budget than the first one, but I would say, and maybe it's down to the director, but I would say it felt more like a B movie than the first one did.
it really did. Yeah, I still enjoyed the movie, but it felt more like a B
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, it just oddly, it felt cheaper somehow,
Yeah.
despite not being like remotely. Like, I think it was at least a few million plus on the first budget.
hmm Yeah,
But
but let's see. We're gonna get to Saw 3 next week, And Saw 3 is going to be interesting because it's more condensed because it only deals with 2 people. Like the only
Really?
people that are
Only two.
the doctor lady that has the collar with the shotgun shells,
Yeah.
and then her husband. That's it.
Fuck, it was just those two, really.
Yeah.
God damn.
Because the people that are in the traps are not actually being tested.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the people
true.
that are in the traps are people that are either directly or indirectly responsible for the death of the doctor lady and her husband's dead
That's
son.
right. Yeah, that's where we get
They
into
are
that.
either
Yeah.
directly or indirectly responsible for that kid's death. And
Yeah.
what the husband has to do is decide whether or not to spare the people in the traps. They'll either
That's right.
he'll either let them go or leave them to die. And that's the whole premise of the whole traps and everything. He either has to leave them to die or learn to forgive them and then release them. Which I thought that was kind of interesting because that kind of goes against Jigsaw's whole like MO. Everybody in his traps are people that he tests, but he doesn't abduct people and put them through the ringer to test somebody else. He doesn't
And yeah,
do that.
leave them to someone else's judgment.
Yeah, he doesn't do that. He's never done that. So I don't know. It's just it's a little weird. I would definitely say that Saw 3 is probably one of the weaker movies. Saw 4
Yeah,
I would
like
say is probably one of my favorite ones. Saw 4 is a great one. I like
I
Saw
remember
4 quite a bit.
I remember the ending of 3 being pretty great.
No, the ending of 3 is good. It is very good. But everything that leads up to it, I'm a little iffy on.
Yeah, I barely got any memory of it, really. I thought I did,
I
but
remember some of the
suddenly I don't.
things. I remember the woman in the freezer. I remember the judge in the vat of sewage. I remember the man that is in the bone twister.
Okay, that was 3, yeah. I 100% remember that because that shit is. Ooh,
Yeah, that's
ooh,
pretty much all I really remember.
just those bones just twisting and snapping and. Ooh, God damn.
Yeah, that's all I really remember of that movie. But yeah, but no, Stone, you missed it. We kind of pretty much covered all the bases of Saw 2.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
Oh, we're done. We're ready to go.
Awesome. Uh-oh.
Dead air.
Yeah, but you guys are still, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you guys hang up.
Ooh.
No, I definitely think we already covered everything, though.
TEE-HEE.
I definitely think we already covered everything. And if you guys are good, I am definitely great.
Yeah, I'm good as well.
I've enjoyed the show once again, and I definitely say this time after getting a good amount of sleep and waking up refreshed and feeling like I gotten to everything that I could, this 5 hours went by pretty easily.
Yeah, it did. It did. And then, of course, everyone, I hope you enjoyed my rant into Star Wars. It will never happen again.
I certainly enjoyed my smoke break.
And nobody tell Jim.
Oh no, he probably watched it. He didn't show up during the rant because he fucking hates Star Wars. But he probably sat back and watched it and probably just laughed at me.
It's
Called
amazing.
me a fucking nerd.
Really, he likes Star Trek. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, we all do. Well, I mean, I know I do.
I mean, I enjoy, but don't.
I do too, but I've always loved the divide.
But don't,
between
you know
the
what I'm saying? But don't try to. But the fact that Trekkie is like is like one of the pioneer bastions of of nerd lingo isn't lost on me, okay? And it shouldn't be lost on him either. I'm just saying.
Well,
I'm just
like
saying.
I said, I did my rant of Star Wars. I've had my fill. I am not doing it again. I can only rip.
Until the next time.
Yeah, I can only yell about. I can only yell about Kathleen Kennedy so often before I get tired of it.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to drum in some more content, but we will be getting to that pretty soon. But we'll definitely be coming back with Saw 3
Mm-hmm.
and definitely some other things. I'm still working to chip
Next
in
week,
there.
The Shield season 1.
Say again?
Oh, God damn it! Really?
Say again?
The Shield season 1.
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Attack on Titan season 1.
I might be willing to check that out if I can find an English dubbed version.
I'm sure you can.
Okay.
What do the Shield do it? I give up.
I'm pretty sure Adult Swim has that, has that with no problem.
Or I can find it on Crunchyroll.
I guess you could do that. But but that's all free?
No, I will have to pay for it.
Yeah, but Adult Swim.
I could set up a free trial that's going to last 7 days, and I could probably breeze through it in a week.
Season 1? Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So Attack on Titan and The Shield.
No.
Yes.
Come on, man. Look. We got V roped in already. We got V roped in on this already.
He's
Yeah,
like,
V,
boys,
it
let's
may
go.
be on-
Shield and Attack on Titan. He's
Attack
loving
on
it.
Titan may be on Toonami, but is it an English dubbed version?
Yeah. I wouldn't watch it
I
on
have to
Toonami if it
imagine.
wasn't. I wouldn't even watch it on Toonami if it wasn't.
All right, fine. Then I'll check it out there.
Trust me on that. I mean,
I didn't even know that Toonami was even still a thing.
Oh my God! Are you
Yeah, I
serious?
didn't either, actually.
It's totally a thing. Dr. Stone, Food Wars.
Look, I
That's
haven't
you.
watched
You're Dr.
Toonami
Stone.
since I got out of school and high school.
Not quite. I didn't pass. I didn't pass the MCATs just yet. But there is a Dr. Stone out there. But
I used to watch
Medical
Dragon
School
Ball
Stone.
Z on Toonami every day after I got out of high school. Like I'd get off the school bus, go home, sit in my chair in my room, and I would just turn on Toonami and watch DBZ or some other anime, and I would just sit there and just eat food and drink something and just watch it for 30 minutes.
yeah. So like I said, it's that's where I saw Megalobox, fucking One Punch Man.
Never watched that.
Yeah, I mean, it's where you find all the greats. What was another one? Fire Force. Fire Force was another interesting one.
Never heard of that.
Food Wars, another very interesting, show that really focused on actual food and actual different ingredients. It was an anime thing, but it's like they really were big on the food and fusions and how taste and flavors is really kind of spark dynamic reactions and everything like this. It's crazy. They got a ton of other shit like that. They're really coming heavy with the different Fooly Cooly variations also. I'm saying recently now. They really came out with a Fooly Cooly Punk, I believe, and Fooly Cooly, I forgot what the new one is coming out with. And they're still doing the One Piece up there. They're still doing the Bleach.
Well, I'm still working on One Piece. I'm 30 episodes into the first season.
So only 1,150 to go.
Yeah, so Toonami is now turned into a Saturday. Operation that happens around midnight. That was between 11. Let's say around between 11 and midnight. They start up Toonami, and that's when they start going into the other shows and things like that.
That's the block before Adult Swim.
See, Saturday is all adult shit. After they hit midnight, it's all adult shit because they're doing, of course. That's where I first saw Primal on the Saturdays, Toonami and everything like that. And sometimes when they go, and then the rest of the normal week they do Adult Swim. So they do some shows that you might see on Toonami, but they're just doing it, you know what I'm saying, late night, you know what I'm saying, during Adult Swim.
I gotta get to the rest of Primal. I love that first season.
Yeah,
A
so
show that pretty much requires watching in headphones to really
Why?
take it in. Because there's no dialogue. It's all like the sound field, pretty much. There's. I don't know if there's. I mean, yeah, I actually don't know if there's a single like spoken word of dialogue, really.
So it's
forgot
just
about that one.
grunts and like,
Yeah, it's amazing actually how well it tells a story without any dialogue.
Now there is one point where these sort of like high society gentlemen are, you know what I'm saying, are speaking in sort of like this library or this lounge or whatever in this guy's house, and they're speaking about, you know what I'm saying, primal behavior, and you know whether it's, you know what I'm saying, whether it's just there in you or whether it's something that kind of comes along, you know what I'm saying, as a part of the environment that you're in. Could you be pushed to being more primal in a certain situation? And at that same moment that they're having this conversation, a very, very savage looking man that's in a mental institution manages to escape and somehow makes his way to that very house and into their conversation, where they have to answer that question physically, you know what I'm saying, much more than logically at this point, or, you know, so forth.
I'm guessing that's season 2 or 3, because I don't recall that.
Oh yeah, well, probably so. I get so logged in. You're probably right. I got so logged into that show. Yeah, they all just kind of ran together to me. But yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, man, I chucked on the first season of that in headphones one night and fucking just blazed through the whole thing.
But yeah,
It was a very unique experience for sure.
and you have to suspend a little bit of belief. But this caveman kind of goes through different, almost goes through different spaces of time. It's not like, I don't want to say it like that, like he's time traveling, but it's weird. He experiences different cultures. You could
Well, I
say.
mean, he like just from the premise, he's already time traveling. Like people and dinosaurs didn't exist at the same time, so there's definitely some kind of time travel going on.
So we okay, so we have to dead that point that cavemen existed at any point during the dinosaurs, or any point during
Oh yeah,
super large killer animals.
there's like millions of years of separation.
So why do you think they keep perpetuating that?
Because it's fun.
It's fun to make people believe that there were actually human life that existed at a time where these super large animals, like super large elephants and everything like that, that there were times that humankind existed in that time.
No, I think with the woolly mammoth, I think people did exist at that time. Because I think that's one of the reasons they don't exist, or they became extinct, is because they were overfarmed.
Okay.
You know, a bunch of motherfuckers with spears taking them down, and you know, they take down a whole pack. They've got nowhere to freeze them or anything, so it's like, you know, they just kind of rot away.
So we're gonna have, I guess we're gonna have to put a pin in this debate. We're gonna have to put a pin in this debate here, because look what's happening right now. Who is to say that? I mean, I guess for some people it seems unlikely, but some people it doesn't seem to be, and there doesn't seem to be any human bones that seem to be found among the dinosaur bones, I guess, or anything to suggest that dinosaurs might have ingested human meat. You know,
that's the thing. Like, you're only going on evidence that we have, which always learning new things. So who the fuck knows, really? For a fact, like for a definitive fact, who the fuck knows?
I mean, it would be. I mean, so. I mean, because then we have to ask ourselves, were the, you know, say, were the age of dinosaurs, did they actually precede? You know, say precede the coming of Jesus Christ, even? Or do they? Or do those things clash too much to be part of the same history? Interesting.
Wait a minute. Can you repeat the question?
The question that we do have to ask is that do dinosaurs actually precede the history of the coming of Jesus Christ?
Yes.
Interesting.
By like 64 point something million years.
Wow.
Jesus.
But then there couldn't have been cavemen if that was a part of the history timeline. There couldn't have been cavemen because there were no men before Adam.
But Adam came before Jesus.
But how that far ahead?
Well, if you're going by the Bible, the Earth is only like 6,000 years old.
Okay.
Stone, what are you doing? What are you doing?
No. Okay. Look. Okay, we're ending the show. But see, you know what? See, yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. What I've always said to do. What I've always told people to do. Thank you, V. What I've always
Stone's trying to make me fucking bite that apple, and I'm not biting, Stone. You keep that fucking apple.
I'm just
you snake. You motherfucking snake, you.
I have the wisdom. I have the wisdom.
Yeah,
If that's me, I have the wisdom. But I guess
there's something I could say, but I am not gonna say it.
Check out my Kunstlager.
No, it's not that. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna say it. Would you say that you could, show us the way?
Well, I am.
You fucking bow swine.
No, is that what he's doing? I thought he was representing Hellraiser. I'm sorry.
No, God damn it! I forgot. You guys don't know this. Oh, God.
What?
Ugandan Knuckles.
Ugandan Knuckles. Oh my God! What is the? What? Yeah, you're right. I do not know what the fuck that is.
I'll have to send it to you in the TEE TV chat.
God, you perv. I almost maybe I should go ahead and call you. I don't know.
How does that make me a perv? That is not.
I'm hedging my bets just in case.
Oh,
I'm hedging my bets just in case. Just in case I don't get to tell you later. You know what I'm saying? I just might well go ahead and tell you now.
Whereas Stone's thinking about a guy in fucking BDSM gear with pins in his head, be like, "Oh, what joys we have to show you!"
No,
whatever the fuck.
Ugandan Knuckles. I'm thinking about some linebacker looking female. You know what I'm saying? With with too tight biking shorts on. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Ugandan Knuckles opening for damn it, Turgid Flunky or whatever the fuck it was that Mel Gibson said this Saturday at the Mercury Lounge. Damn it. Turgid fuck. Ugandan Knuckles. That's the takeaway here.
Conspiracy Stone when? Eesh, good question.
All
good
right,
question.
No, I'm not going to share this. Nope.
Yeah, just send it. But good question. Good question. I'm working on another name because I don't know if I should go back to the Cooper Matrix or just do something completely different. So I'm working on. I'm thinking on it. And when the name happens, then that's when the content will start happening. The name's got to happen for me. I got to make a decision whether I keep with the Cooper Matrix or whether I do something else. I don't know if I should do Conspiracy Stone. I don't know if I should do that. I don't know if I should title it that.
I mean, it does have a certain ring to it.
Conspiracy Stone? Oh my God.
There's just something about it.
I don't have a stone to hold. I don't have.
Neither does Charles because he fed them all to Blackie. What do you want?
And on that right there,
Just hold him back.
and is that right there a show ender? I think so.
All right. Well, as always, folks, I would like to show my appreciation for all of you who stop by and check us
thought
out
you were gonna
here at
apologize.
TEE-TV. I'm sorry.
I'd like to apologize for everything we said over the last 5.5 hours. I'm sorry.
There we go.
But no,
Most likely didn't mean it.
no. I like to show our heartfelt apology, show our heartfelt appreciation for checking us out at TEE TV, where we discuss various things. And next week, we're going to be discussing Saw 3, possibly Attack on Titan Season 1. We are not discussing The Shield Season 1.
Yeah, we are.
Come on, Kamish. Don't worry about it.
Oh, my God.
We'll work on them.
Anywho, as always, thanks for stopping by, and we will see you all next week. Say goodbye, everyone.
Peace, 2 fingers.
Yep. And one final thing. Bye-bye, everyone.
Yellowstone, you're gonna make me do it, aren't you?
What?
I'll press it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna do it. All right, fine.
I